Chapter 631. Your Highness. Seeing this scene, Bai Xian hurriedly turned around. This servant did not see anything. She hurriedly knelt down. Gu Xingyin was amused. Qin Ke also let go of her, as if nothing had happened between the two. I am going back to rest. Your Highness, Prince of Yong, you should also rest early. Qin Ke nodded reservedly, watching the master and servant walk away. When the two of them were out of sight, he stretched out his hand and gently touched his left ear. The boiling temperature showed that the owner of this body was not as calm as he appeared to be. Just as she said, Bai Xian didn't see or hear anything. Gu Xingyin liked this kind of subordinate very much. Bai Xian was very clear about her identity and position. This kind of subordinate would save a lot of trouble for her master. It was rare for the Qin dynasty's envoys to come to the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty. The Phoenix Emperor naturally had to keep them for a while to show off the glory of the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty. It was just that the Phoenix Emperor could not lower herself to accompany the envoys. The other party was also a member of the imperial family. It would be more appropriate for the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty to send a princess to accompany the envoys. Before the Phoenix Emperor could decide on a candidate, someone had volunteered. All of them want to accompany the envoys to experience the glory of the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty. The Phoenix Emperor raised her eyebrows. The Crown Prince, the sixth princess, and several young ladies of the imperial family. Even the eighth princess, Huang Minga, who was imprisoned in her residence, expressed their willingness to share the Phoenix Emperor's burden. Thinking of the Prince of Yong's face, which could bring disaster to the country, the Phoenix Emperor could understand their thoughts. The third and fourth princesses had just been engaged and were unwilling to overstep their bounds. Otherwise, there might be a few more names on the list. The Phoenix Emperor glanced at her. She was so biased that she could not even see a shadow. Of course, she could guess the result. Gu Xingyin had been ordered by the Phoenix Emperor to be responsible for receiving, accompanying, and arranging all activities during the visit of the Qin dynasty's envoys. His Highness, Prince of Yong, was indeed a dragon among men. If Chang'e could capture his heart, it would be a great honor for the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty. This was what the Phoenix Emperor thought. The next day, Gu Xingyin arrived at the temporary residence of the Prince of Yong. Your Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yong, in accordance with my Imperial Majesty's decree, I am responsible for receiving the Great Qin's envoys during this period of time. Qin Ke bowed slightly. Thank you, Your Highness. The two of them were polite and courteous to each other. It was impossible to tell that they had been intimate in the Imperial Garden last night. Today, I will bring everyone around our Phoenix City. Gu Xingyin suggested. Great Qin's ambassadors were quite curious about the customs here, and they all agreed. However, this consort and everyone here needs to change our clothes, Gu Xingyin said. One could only see the real Phoenix City if they were dressed casually. A group of people dressed up and left the palace in a low-key manner. However, being low-key was only relative. After all, Gu Xingyin and Qin Ke were both very attractive. This was especially true for Qin Ke. She had already lost count of the number of enthusiastic onlookers she had received along the way. In the end, he couldn't bear it any longer and accepted the curtain that Gu Xingyin handed to him. Ke, don't mind them. They don't have any ill intentions. They were only subdued by your elegance, Gu Xingyin said, holding back her laughter. If her voice didn't contain such schadenfreude, Qin Ke would be quite willing to believe her. He gnashed his teeth and replied, Chang'e overpraises me. With Chang'e's character and appearance, if she were to go to my Great Qin, I'm afraid that she would receive even worse treatment than me. Chapter 632. Apart from this small interlude, the Great Qin ambassadors were still very satisfied. Sometimes, knowing something was one thing, but seeing it with one's own eyes was another. In this capital city, most of the people walking outside were women. These women were all tall and strong, and some of them were even pushing carts or carrying things. Some of them were even loudly hawking their wares. On the other hand, most of the men on the streets had delicate bodies and delicate faces. Some of them even put on powder on their faces and held handkerchiefs in their hands. The great Qin ambassadors felt that their horizons had been broadened. Looking at the women who were as strong as men, the married ambassadors couldn't help but shudder when they thought of their wives. The great Qin Empire was more suitable for them. It's getting late. There's a special restaurant up ahead. Everyone, please come with me for a meal. Gu Xingyin looked at the time and said. At that moment, there was a commotion in front of them. Gu Xingyin turned around and looked. It seemed that a horse in front of them had suddenly gone crazy and was charging towards the crowd. In that short moment, the horse was already galloping towards the envoys. Be careful. Before Qin Kai could react, he was pulled back and couldn't help but take a few steps back. He subconsciously looked in Gu Xingyin's direction and only relaxed when he saw that she was standing in a safe place. Gu Xingyin's expression became serious. Suddenly, she moved her feet and her body became as light as a swallow. Her figure flashed and she sat firmly on the horse. She lowered her body and pulled the reins with both hands, forcibly stopping the horse's advance. The horse neighed and raised its front hooves high, finally settling down. Gu Xingyin only then noticed that the person on the horse was a young and handsome man. Qin Kai's face turned cold. He looked at Gu Xingyin sitting on the horse. Because she had to pull the reins, her hands were wrapped around the person in front of her. To others, it looked indescribably intimate. He clearly saw the young master's face turn red. Gu Xingyin seemed to have realized the inappropriateness of this posture. She nimbly dismounted from the horse and sternly said to the young man, "Riding is not allowed in the downtown area. It is easy to hurt others. Don't you know this rule?" The young man blushed and mumbled, "Today is the first time I've done this. There's an emergency at home." Seeing his good attitude, Gu Xingyin softened her tone. "No matter what the reason is, rules are rules. You can go to the city patrol office to receive your punishment later." The young master's expression changed, but he still agreed. Gu Xingyin turned around and prepared to leave, but she was stopped by the person behind her. "This young lady, may I ask which family you are from? Tomorrow, I will personally pay you a visit to thank you." When he said this, his face turned red. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he had fallen in love with her. "Gu Xingyin," she said indifferently, "it's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Just be careful in the future. As for thanking me, there's no need." The young master left with a bit of disappointment. When Gu Xingyin returned to the envoy's side, she heard Qin Kai's teasing laughter. "I didn't expect that I would see a good show before I even ate the special dishes. Chang'e's play of the hero saving the beauty is really wonderful." It was a compliment, but the jealousy in his tone was not concealed at all. Chapter 633. Gu Xingyin stared blankly for a moment. Soon after, she approached Qin Kai and whispered into his ear, "This empress would like to play the hero saving the damsel in distress with Quebec. Unfortunately, Kai won't give this empress this opportunity." Qin Kai's expression didn't change. If Chang'e is willing to sacrifice her image, this prince is naturally willing to be the hero saving the damsel in distress. As the two whispered to each other, the envoys from the great Qin Empire became extremely worried. Could it be that His Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yong, had taken a liking to the crown prince of the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty? Although this crown prince had an extraordinary bearing and a rarely seen beauty, making her a perfect match with His Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yong, however, she was the crown prince of the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty. It was impossible for the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty to allow their crown prince to be married off. Could it be? The envoys were terrified. Could it be that His Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yong, wanted to marry her off to the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty? Regardless of how uneasy the envoys from the great Qin Empire were, Gu Xingyin and Qin Kai were all smiles. One appeared to be in high spirits, while the other appeared to be in high spirits. In the following days, Gu Xingyin brought the envoys to experience the various sights and sounds of Phoenix City. After a few days, the envoy's impression of the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty changed greatly. Although it was strange for a woman to be the head of a household, the envoys from the Great Qin gradually grew accustomed to the fact that the commoners of the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty lived in prosperity and that the women's ability to earn money was not inferior to that of the men of the Great Qin Empire. However, His Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yong, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty were truly too intimate, giving them a headache. However, the envoys couldn't do anything about His Imperial Highness. The Prince of Yong was the youngest son of the Emperor and Empress of the Great Qin Empire. Above him was his elder brother, who was nearly 10 years older than him, the future monarch of the Great Qin Empire. The three people with the highest status in the Great Qin all doted on His Imperial Highness greatly, granting him almost all of his requests. This had nurtured his uncompromising personality. If he made a decision, the envoys couldn't persuade him otherwise. However, Gu Xingyin felt that although the two were somewhat ambiguous these days, there was no substantial progress. She was very sure that Qin Keishi wasn't uninterested in her. If the two of them were given enough time, she was confident that the two of them would naturally be together. However, Qin Keishi was still a member of the Qin dynasty. He had only come to Heavenly Phoenix on a diplomatic mission. Sooner or later, he would have to return. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer to the day when Great Qin's envoys would leave, Gu Xingyin felt that she should give them a strong dose of medicine. Night fell. Gu Xingyin avoided the palace servants and arrived at the palace where Qin Kai lived. Coming uninvited in the middle of the night is not the style of a country's crown prince, Qin Kai said with a smile. Gu Xingyin did not smile. Qin Kai felt a little strange. He turned around and saw Gu Xingyin's serious expression. What's wrong? Unconsciously, his expression became serious. Gu Xingyin stared at him without blinking. Keishi, you know how I feel about you, don't you? Qin Keishi was speechless. He hadn't expected that the other party would say it so bluntly. However, when he thought about it, the women of Heavenly Phoenix weren't as reserved as the women of his empire. He didn't answer. Instead, he smiled carelessly and asked, "What does your Imperial Highness wish to say?" He saw that when he asked this question, a trace of disappointment appeared on the other party's face. This caused his heart to tremble, and a trace of unease quietly spread through him. Gu Xingyin stared at him and asked seriously, Keishi, if I were to propose marriage to you as an official monarch, would you be willing to accept? Chapter 634. Qin Kai looked into the other party's dark and affectionate eyes. He could clearly see his own reflection in them. He could see the anticipation and adoration in Gu Xingyin's eyes. Inexplicably, Qin Kai felt that his answer would be very important. But after a long silence, he said softly, Chang'e, if I ask you to put down everything in the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty and return to the Great Qin with me, would you be willing? He saw that after he said this, the light in the other party's eyes dimmed. Qin Kai suddenly had the urge to take back what he had just said, but he didn't. Gu Xingyin smiled and said easily, I was just joking with you. Kai, you know that I can't leave the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty. She raised her head and looked out the window, saying, it's getting late. You should rest early. Finished speaking, she turned and left. Qin Kai she looked at her back. She was tall and straight, but she exuded a sense of loneliness. He shook his head and laughed inwardly, how could someone as arrogant and unrestrained as Chang'e be lonely? But the next day, the official who came to receive the Great Qin's envoy changed. Qin Kai's heart jumped, asking why His Highness the Crown Prince hadn't come. The official smiled and replied, His Highness the Crown Prince is busy. His Majesty has ordered that I will be in charge of everyone's affairs for the rest of the day. Qin Kai smiled politely, wondering if the other party was unhappy because of last night's events. At worst, the next time he saw her, what would happen after seeing her? Qin Kai hadn't thought about this question. But in the following days, he didn't see Gu Xingyin again. Even when he personally went to Clear Phoenix Palace, the news he received was that the Crown Prince wasn't there. No matter how slow he was, Qin Kai understood that Chang'e didn't want to see him. He was also arrogant. Since the other party didn't want to see him, he wasn't willing to put down his face and stick close to her. In the main hall of Clear Phoenix Palace, Gu Xingyin was dressed in plain white robes. She asked Bai Xian, who had just entered, has she left? Bai Xian answered yes. She did not understand. From the looks of it, His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince had feelings for His Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yong. Why did he not meet him? Of course, this was not a question she should ask. She could only hide it in the bottom of her heart. Great Qin's ambassadors will be leaving in a few days, right? Gu Xingyin suddenly asked. Bai Xian replied respectfully, yes, Your Highness. There are less than 5 days left. Gu Xingyin raised her head and drank a glass of wine with waning interest. Qin Keishi, let's see if you can really harden your heart and leave when the time comes. 2 more days passed like this. Qin Kai suddenly realized that the palace was bustling with activity. All the palace servants were in a hurry. Out of curiosity, he stopped a palace servant and asked, is there something big going on in the palace? That palace servant's face reddened for a moment when she suddenly met his gaze. She paused for a moment before replying, yes, His Highness the Phoenix Crown Prince is currently choosing a successor for His Highness the Crown Prince. Our Clear Phoenix Palace will have a new master very soon. Qin Kai only felt a rumbling sound, as if something had exploded in his mind. Successor. She was actually preparing for a wedding. A flame of fury rose from the bottom of his heart, dyeing his eyes red. A few days ago, she had solemnly vowed to tell him her feelings. Now, she wanted to marry the successor. Qin Kai walked towards Clear Phoenix Palace with a cold expression. Chapter 635. I am looking for Your Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince. Qin Kai coldly spoke to the palace servant. The servant smiled respectfully, unfortunately, Your Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yong. Our Imperial Highness has some urgent matters to attend to, Qin Kai sneered, he's not here again. He didn't care. The servant was about to force his way in. The servant panicked, Your Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yong, what are you doing? Trespassing into Clear Phoenix Palace is a major crime. Imperial bodyguards had already come over to stop Qin Quebec. While they were still in a deadlock, Bai Xian walked out from inside. Everyone, stop. Bai Xian glanced at Qin Kai, respectfully saying, Your Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yong, our Imperial Highness invites you in. Qin Kai followed her into Clear Phoenix Palace with a cold expression. Arriving at the entrance to the main hall, Bai Xian tactfully stopped in her tracks, His Imperial Highness is inside. Qin Kai stepped in. The first thing he saw was the woman drinking wine at the head of the hall. She was wearing a loose white robe and her hair was loose. She had a bit of a scholarly air about her. Seeing him enter, Gu Xingyin smiled, Keishi, you've come. Accompany me for a drink. Qin Kai seriously sized her up. This woman's current appearance was different from all the other appearances he had seen. Unlike His Royal Highness, who was dressed in formal attire, her movements were indescribably flirtatious. Wherever her gaze moved, there was an indescribable charm. Qin Kai couldn't help but admit that this Huang Changa had the capital to make all men intoxicated. All men, of course, included Qin Quebec. However, he didn't do as Gu Xingyin wished. Instead, he stood there motionlessly, his beautiful face completely frozen. This prince has heard that His Imperial Highness is preparing to marry the Empress. Gu Xingyin stared blankly for a moment before smiling indifferently, Your Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yong, is truly well informed. This was an admission. Qin Kai only felt an indescribable flame rise in his heart. Unfortunately, Gu Xingyin was afraid that this fire would not burn enough and added, it's a pity that His Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yong, will have already left Heavenly Phoenix. I'm afraid that he will not be able to see that scene. In the next moment, her vision darkened and Qin Kai's face appeared in front of her. There was a long table between them. Qin Chueshi gritted his teeth and said, Huang Changa, what did you say a few nights ago? Very good, I haven't forgotten what I said. Are you going to marry the princess? Gu Xingyin paid no attention to his anger, unhurriedly pouring herself a cup of wine. Your Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yong, we have seriously sought your opinion. She raised the wine cup in her hand and drained it in one gulp. This one is the Crown Prince of Heavenly Phoenix, and it is my duty to help the royal family produce more offspring. Your Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yong, forget those words. You'll be returning to the great Qin Empire soon, and I'm afraid we won't see each other again in this lifetime. Her hand was tightly gripped by Qin Quebec. The other party's strength was great, as if he wanted to break her hand. Forget? Qin Ke softly repeated, suddenly smiling. However, there was not the slightest trace of a smile in his eyes. What does your Imperial Highness take this prince for? After teasing me, you want to dismiss this prince with a forget? His long sleeves swept the items on the table to the ground, the cups falling to the ground with a crisp shattering sound. Qin Ke unquestionably kissed Gu Xingyin's lips. There was no doubt that this kiss contained intense emotions. Qin Ke bit her lips without any pity, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Chapter 636. Gu Xingyin stared blankly for a moment before unceremoniously turning the tables. She wrapped her arms around Qin Ke's waist and pulled him towards her. Bai Xian had been standing guard outside the hall. When she heard the crisp sound of porcelain shattering, she was startled. However, without His Imperial Highness's summons, she didn't dare to casually enter. She could only quietly approach the door and listen. Not long after, she retreated with a red face. Thinking for a moment, she took 2 more steps outside, further away from the hall. By the time this intense kiss ended, the corners of their mouths were stained with blood. Gu Xingyin didn't care at all as she wiped it with her sleeve. Smiling, she said, Your Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yong, is so passionate. Qin Ke stared at her closely. Chang'e is not bad either. The two looked at each other for a second before Gu Xingyin took the lead to speak. So, what does your Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yong, mean by coming here? Qin Ke was speechless for a moment. What did he come here for? He had only heard the news that the Crown Prince was going to choose a successor. For a moment, he was enraged. However, what was he going to say after finding Chang'e? Tell her not to take a wife? Or was it as Chang'e had said that night? Was he willing to give up everything, come to the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty, and become her successor? Seeing him like this, Gu Xingyin understood that he hadn't thought things through. She sneered, Your Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yong, since you still don't understand what you are thinking, then leave. This princess doesn't have that much time to waste with you. Qin Ke knew in his heart that she was forcing him to make a choice. However, he couldn't be sure. He didn't know if his feelings for this woman were worth giving up everything he once had. Bai Xian. Gu Xingyin shouted loudly. See the guest out. Hearing the summons, Bai Xian walked in. Sensing the atmosphere in the hall, her heart jumped. Wasn't everything fine before? Why are they fighting now? Qin Ke looked at the woman who had turned her back to him. The heat from their embrace had not yet subsided, but his heart had already cooled. He turned around and walked out without saying a word. After he left, Gu Xingyin, who had been standing the whole time, sat down as if she had lost all her strength. Bai Xian looked at her red eyes and was shocked. Your Highness. Gu Xingyin waved her hand. It's fine. Clean up this place. I want to rest for a while. Bai Xian accepted the order and left. A few days later, the second election in the palace began. The Great Qin's diplomatic mission was scheduled to depart the next day. His Imperial Highness, the Prince of Yong, expressed to the Phoenix Emperor that he was extremely interested in how the Heavenly Phoenix chose its concubines and requested to watch. Knowing that there was something fishy going on between him and his eldest daughter, the Phoenix Emperor naturally agreed. Thus, on that day, the imperial concubines sat in the main seat. For the first time, Huang Chang'e personally appeared at the scene and sat on the first chair on the left. Qin Ke she sat opposite her. The young masters who were selected came forward one by one and bowed to the three of them. When they saw Gu Xingyin, the majority of the candidates blushed. Not only were the crown princes of noble status, but they were also incomparably beautiful. Gu Xingyin appeared indifferent throughout. On the other hand, Qin Keixi's aura grew colder and colder as he looked at the elegant, flirtatious, and cold young masters. Since Gu Xingyin didn't show any special interest in anyone, he reluctantly endured. Until one person appeared. Chapter 637. That man had a face as cold as the moonlight. His aura, in particular, made people feel that he was holy and inviolable. Qin Keishi believed that he didn't lose to him in terms of looks, but the other party's aura was the most attractive. Sure enough, he subconsciously looked at Gu Xingyin and found that the other party's eyes lit up. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. She was interested in this man. This realization made Qin Keishi's face darken. The imperial concubine lord seemed to be satisfied with this young master and asked a few questions in succession. After asking, the imperial concubine lord looked at his eldest daughter with an inquiring gaze. That man was clearly standing obediently, but it made people feel that he was looking down at them from above. Gu Xingyin seemed to be attracted to him and said indifferently, "Come closer and let me take a look." The man obediently took 2 steps forward. Gu Xingyin didn't seem to think it was enough. "Come closer." Any closer and the two of them would be leaning against each other. Qin Keishi's hand gripped the armrest of the chair so tightly that it seemed like he was going to crush it. Seeing that the distance between the two of them was shrinking, an unforeseen event happened in an instant. The man suddenly raised his head and a soft sword popped out of his long sleeve with a whoosh. The blade of the sword was like flowing water as it attacked the imperial concubine sitting on the chair. The imperial concubine lord cried out in alarm. Gu Xingyin's expression didn't change and she dodged the attack in a flash. At the same time, a few of the young masters who were originally standing at the back flashed out and surrounded Gu Xingyin, who was fighting with the man. It was obvious that these people's target was Gu Xingyin. The imperial concubine lord was already surrounded by the palace servants and the palace guards hadn't arrived yet. Gu Xingyin also felt a little troubled. These assassins didn't seem to be from the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty. Their moves were strange and she couldn't get away for a while. A figure flashed in front of her and a folding fan instantly blocked a dagger coming from the side. "What are you doing here?" Gu Xingyin's expression darkened when she saw who it was. Qin Keishi calmly fended off the assassin on the side. "Let me see what kind of charm this young master of yours has." This man, at a time like this, still cared about his poisonous tongue. Gu Xingyin felt a little helpless. She already knew that there was an assassin among this group of young masters. She even let that person get close to her just now to give him a chance to strike. She even knew who the mastermind behind all of this was. The reason why she dared to be so arrogant was because she was confident that she could hold on until the arrival of the guards. However, Qin Keishi's arrival had indeed lessened the pressure on her. On the contrary, the assassins on the other side felt that something was wrong. They didn't have much time left. If the guards rushed over, they wouldn't have the chance to attack anymore. Thinking of the consequences of failing the mission, this group of people's attacks changed. They actually directly attacked without any regard for their lives. She would rather risk her own injury to leave a wound on Gu Xingyin's body. Enemies who weren't afraid of death were often the hardest to deal with. Glancing around, she saw that the guards had already arrived at the entrance of the main hall. Gu Xingyin breathed a sigh of relief. However, her eyes caught a glimpse of a scene that made her pupils shrink. "Be careful." Qin Keishi only felt his body being hugged and turned around forcefully. Following that, he watched as the sharp tip of a snow-white blade pierced through Gu Xingyin's chest. Gu Xingyin's last thought before she fainted was, "System, remove the sense of pain." Qin Keishi watched as she closed her eyes in his arms. His entire body was trembling. Chapter 638. The assassins had already been subdued by the imperial guards, but Qin Kei didn't pay any attention to them. He just gently touched the tip of Gu Xingyin's nose with a trembling hand, then suddenly turned around and shouted, "Imperial physician." At this time, the imperial concubine also struggled to stand up and quickly walked to the front of the two people. Looking at his daughter who had been stabbed in the chest, he almost fainted. When the Phoenix Emperor heard the news and rushed over, the imperial physician had just finished treating Gu Xingyin. "How is it?" the Phoenix Emperor hurriedly asked. Her heart was heavy. She had just seen Chang'e's injury, and it was in such a position. "Sure enough," the imperial physician replied with a grave expression, "replying to your majesty, the crown prince was injured in a vital part. I'm afraid, it's very dangerous." Qin Kei's body swayed. The imperial concubine looked at him with anger in his heart. "If it weren't for you, my Chang'e wouldn't, Feng Qing." The Phoenix Emperor sternly shouted, "Chang'e did it willingly. You can't blame others. If you really want to blame someone, you should put the blame on the mastermind behind this." Her eyes were full of murderous intent. No matter who it was, since they dared to have ideas about Chang'e, they should be prepared to bear the consequences. Qin Kei suddenly smiled softly. His eyes were fixed on the unconscious Gu Xingyin, and he didn't give a shred of charity to others. "Imperial concubine, don't worry. If anything happens to Chang'e, this prince will naturally go with her. I won't let her feel the slightest bit lonely." The imperial concubine looked at this noble and proud man with a complicated gaze. From his reaction and Chang'e's unhesitation to block the knife for him in the hall, how could he not know that there were feelings between the two? The Phoenix Emperor didn't say anything. She saw that Qin Kei's mood was obviously unstable, so she sighed and walked out with the imperial concubine, leaving him alone. The palace servants were standing guard not far away, and no one dared to look in this direction. Qin Kei looked at this woman. He didn't expect that at such a moment, she would block a fatal knife for him without hesitation. "You win." He suddenly laughed. "If you can wake up this time, I will officially answer the question you asked me that night. If you really can't wake up, then I'll accompany you," he said softly. "I won't let you be alone." He gently leaned his head against her side. Gu Xingyin was in a coma for 7 days. Even the imperial physicians were at their wits' end. The head of the hospital even apologized to the Phoenix Emperor, saying that he was powerless and that everything was up to fate. Qin Kei sat motionlessly by the bed for 7 days. Just by looking at his complexion, he didn't look any better than Gu Xingyin, who was lying on the bed. He stared numbly at the person on the bed as the imperial physician spoke. "If His Highness doesn't wake up tonight, I really..." At this moment, Gu Xingyin regained consciousness. She saw Qin Kei's appearance, and a fine and dense pain spread in her heart. This man, at this moment, where was the slightest bit of his incomparably gorgeous appearance? His face was deathly pale, his eye sockets were sunken, and even his lips were cracked and bloodshot. "System, how badly did you make me?" The system answered honestly, "Host, you said that you must make yourself look like you're in danger, and it's best if you can't be saved. I strictly followed your instructions." Chapter 639. Gu Xingyin was speechless. Her system was indeed a straightforward one. That's right, she could have avoided the current situation. There was no need to mention who had sent the assassins that day. Just as they were about to hurt Qin Kei, she had already saved him. But at that time, she changed her mind and sent herself up instead. Firstly, she needed a chance to make Qin Kei see her heart clearly. Secondly, she needed a chance. Secondly, she wanted Huang Minge to be unable to make a comeback. There was nothing more important than herself as a bargaining chip. Anyway, she had already calculated the angle. She was sure that she only looked dangerous, but there was no real danger to her life. Only if she was dangerous enough would the Phoenix Emperor and Lord Feng hate the person behind the scenes. She had even specially instructed the system to make sure that she was safe and sound. But she didn't expect Qin Kei to have such a big reaction. Just one look and her heart ached. She wanted to open her eyes immediately and tell him that she was fine. The system stopped her. "Host, please don't fail at the last step. Gu Xingyin's heart calmed down a little and she listened to the system. Late at night, the entire Clear Phoenix Palace was brightly lit. It wasn't just Qin, Quebec. The Phoenix Emperor, Lord Feng, and a room full of imperial physicians and palace servants were also standing in the room. The imperial physicians said that if she didn't wake up tonight, it would probably be true. Everyone was watching over her, but the person on the bed looked calm. How did she look like she was about to wake up? Lord Feng couldn't hold back his tears anymore. As the ruler of a country, the Phoenix Emperor naturally couldn't cry. But looking at her red eyes and tightly pursed lips, one could imagine the pain and anticipation in her heart wasn't any less than Lord Feng's. In comparison, Qin Ke was much calmer. But underneath this calmness, there was more pain and despair than hysteria. The head of the imperial physicians came forward and carefully examined the crown prince on the bed. He shook his head and retreated to the side. Lord Feng finally couldn't hold back his tears. Time passed bit by bit. There was still no movement from the person on the bed. The first rays of dawn were about to appear. Everyone no longer had any hope. They were only here to accompany her for a little longer. Water. Amidst the silence, a weak call suddenly sounded. Qin Kei's reaction was delayed for a moment. He even suspected that his heart was filled with too much desire, to the point that he was hallucinating. The Phoenix Emperor was the first to react. She was overjoyed as she said, "Hurry up and bring some water over." After he finished speaking, he shouted to the side, "Imperial physician." No one could tell that the Phoenix Emperor's calm voice was actually trembling slightly. Qin Ke turned her head sluggishly. Although the person on the bed was still weak, she had indeed opened her eyes. 7 days. The tears that he had not shed for 7 days finally fell at this moment. Gu Xingyin's heart ached for him, but she couldn't get up to hug him and tell him that she would never leave him. The imperial physician carefully examined Gu Xingyin's body. His expression was still filled with disbelief. Finally, she bowed to the Phoenix Emperor and said, "Your Majesty, this is great news. His Highness the Crown Prince has regained consciousness and is no longer in danger. What's left is to spend some time recuperating." Chapter 640. His Highness the Crown Prince, whom everyone thought to be incurable, had awoken. Many people breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this news. Most of the people who heaved sighs of relief were the palace servants who served in the palace, as well as some young and childless monarch attendants. These days, because of the assassination attempt on the crown prince, the atmosphere in the entire palace was incomparably tense. Everyone was very careful and did not dare to make the slightest mistake. They were afraid that if they were not careful, they would be punished by the furious His Majesty and Her Highness. Thankfully, His Highness the Crown Prince was safe. There was another group of people who pretended to be jubilant on the surface but secretly hated Huang Chang'e. Why was she so tenacious? These people were, of course, the concubines who had princesses or princesses of the same age as Huang Chang'e. They were the ones who hoped that Huang Chang'e wouldn't wake up. Of course, at this time, even if their hearts were bleeding with hatred, they still had to pretend to be blessed by the heavens. They went to the Phoenix Palace to report the good news to Her Majesty. They couldn't enter the Clear Phoenix Palace. The Phoenix Emperor had ordered that no one was to disturb the Crown Prince before he recovered. Of course, Qin Ke wasn't included in this list. At this moment, he was being forced to rest by Gu Xingyin. "If others come in and see you like this, they won't know who's injured," Gu Xingyin said with a smile. Qin Ke only looked at her without speaking. Gu Xingyin sighed inwardly. She had really scared him this time. She softened her voice. "I'm fine now. Ke, don't worry." "Why?" Qin Ke asked. He hadn't spoken for many days. When he spoke, his voice was extremely hoarse. Gu Xingyin didn't know what he was asking. "Why did you block that blade for me?" Gu Xingyin smiled. "If something happened to His Highness, the Prince of Yong, in Heavenly Phoenix, it wouldn't be a small matter," Qin Ke interrupted her. "I want to hear the truth." Gu Xingyin stopped smiling. Okay, then I'll tell you the truth. Kay, do you really not know? She had never hidden her thoughts from Qin Keishi. Gu Xingyin suddenly laughed. When I was unconscious, I vaguely heard someone say that as long as I could wake up, he would officially answer my question that night. Qin Kei's eyes widened as if he hadn't expected her to be conscious at that time. Gu Xingyin said softly, I know what you've been doing these days. You've worked hard. Qin Kei laughed. Do you want to know the answer? Gu Xingyin pretended to listen attentively. Qin Kei said word by word, Chang'e, I only have one condition. If you want me, then you have to agree. In this life, there is only me, Qin Keishi. Similarly, Qin Keishi can also swear that in this lifetime, he will only love you, Huang Chang'e. Gu Xingyin smiled, her eyes shining brightly. Keishi, if it wasn't for the fact that it's inconvenient for me to do this, I'd really want to pin you down. Qin Keishi glared fiercely at her. Let's see who will press who down. In Clear Phoenix Palace, the two were sweet and sweet. In Heavenly Phoenix Palace, Huang Minge knelt on the cold ground, enduring the fury of the Phoenix Emperor. Minge, you really disappoint us. The Phoenix Emperor looked at his daughter, only disgust in his eyes. Chapter 641. Do you really think that no one knows what you did before? Chang'e has defended you in front of me time and time again. I didn't pursue the matter because of Chang'e. I always thought that you are sisters and that you will repent one day. The Phoenix Emperor seemed to be angry. She flicked her sleeves and threw the teacup on the table. The hot tea splashed on Huang Minge's body and she couldn't help but shudder. But immediately, a wave of resentment rose from her heart. She probably knew that she really didn't have a chance this time. Even if she wasn't sentenced to death, she wouldn't have a good ending. For Chang'e's sake, Mother Empress, you keep talking about Chang'e. Have you ever considered the feelings of our other daughters? Huang Minge threw caution to the wind. The words that she only dared to hide in her heart in the past were now spilled out. Am I the only one who hates her? If you don't believe me, you can ask the other sisters. Who doesn't hate Huang Chang'e in their hearts? We are all your daughters, but in your heart, all of us added together can't even compare to a single strand of Huang Chang'e's hair. The Phoenix Emperor looked at her in disbelief, as if it was the first time she knew this daughter. So, this is the reason why you keep on framing Chang'e? Huang Minge didn't reply, which meant that she admitted it. The Phoenix Emperor trembled with anger. How did I give birth to such a cruel and vicious thing like you? She turned around and didn't look at Huang Minge anymore. Come, pass the imperial edict. The eighth princess, Huang Minge, has no respect for her superiors. She is disloyal and unfilial. She is demoted to a commoner and imprisoned in the imperial mausoleum. She can never be released. Huang Minge collapsed. Imprisoned in the imperial mausoleum, never to be released. It would be better to just kill her directly. The imperial edict of the Heavenly Phoenix Palace was passed to the inviting Phoenix Palace. The Phoenix Emperor closed his eyes when he heard the news. Your Highness, do you want to persuade His Majesty? A place like the imperial mausoleum, the Phoenix Emperor opened his eyes and looked at her coldly. Persuade His Majesty? How? Chang'e is still lying there now. She hired someone to assassinate the Crown Prince. This evil creature, His Majesty is already benevolent enough not to kill her directly. Of course, he felt terrible. After all, she was a child that he carried for 10 months. But she really let him down. The Phoenix Emperor acted quickly. On the second day after the decree was issued, Huang Minge left Phoenix City under the escort of hundreds of imperial guards. It was said that back then, Huang Minge had knelt in front of the inviting Phoenix Palace for several hours but the Lord Concubine didn't even see her once. Gu Xingyin knew that in this lifetime, unless there was a special decree from the Emperor, Huang Minge would never have the chance to take a step out of that desolate land. Great Qin's diplomatic group stayed in Heavenly Phoenix for an entire month. The reason was naturally because a certain crown prince was injured and needed someone to take care of him. As for why the crown prince had so many palace attendants to attend to him, and why he only needed his imperial highness, the Prince of Yong, the Great Qin's envoys expressed their heartache. Their Great Qin dynasty's most beautiful and noble imperial highness, the Prince of Yong, probably wouldn't be able to remain in the Great Qin dynasty for much longer. In the 11th month, Great Qin's ambassadors officially returned. Gu Xingyin, who had not fully recovered from her injuries, insisted on escorting them out of the city. Because of her injuries, she didn't ride a horse. When she got off the carriage, she even put on a thick fur cloak. Keishi, wait for me. I will personally go to Great Qin with a huge gift and ask for His Majesty's hand in marriage. Gu Xingyin held his hand. The Great Qin's envoys all expressed that they didn't see or hear anything. Alright. Chapter 642. In the 3rd month of the 11th year of the Phoenix era of the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty, the Crown Prince, Feng Chang'e, personally set off for the Great Qin to seek the hand of His Highness, the Prince of Yong. In the 8th month of the 11th year of the Phoenix era, the Crown Prince held a grand wedding in the Clear Phoenix Palace. Not only the Phoenix Emperor and the Phoenix Monarch, but even the common people of Heavenly Phoenix dynasty heaved a sigh of relief. The Crown Prince was no longer young. He was finally getting married. After the complicated ceremony, the newlyweds, who had received countless blessings, finally arrived at the bedchamber. The palace maids had already tidied up everything and left the place to the two of them after finishing their preparations. Keishi. Gu Xingyin smiled with satisfaction. You finally belong to me. Qin Kai raised his long eyebrows. His beautiful appearance, set off by his red robes, was even more unparalleled. You also belong to me, Chang'e. The hall gradually quieted down. Bai Xian. Lan Xian, another palace servant who stood with Bai Xian on night watch, whispered, Tell me, who do you think is between His Highness and the Crown Prince? She stealthily pointed up with her finger. She couldn't be blamed. It really made people curious. Bai Xian glared at her unhappily. Be careful. If His Highness hears you, he will punish you tomorrow. But soon after, she couldn't help but laugh. It should be His Highness. However, this question became a mystery in everyone's heart. The next morning, when Bai Xian and Lan Xian entered the hall to serve the two princes, both of them looked calm and energetic. There was no sign of anything going on. Gu Xingyin and Qin Kai went to visit the Phoenix Emperor and the Phoenix Monarch respectively. Both of them were very satisfied with Qin Kai. After all, when Chang'e was injured, this child showed deep affection. It was truly moving. After a long time, everyone said that His Highness and the Crown Prince were simply a match made in heaven. The relationship between the two was so good that there was no room for outsiders. The only fly in the ointment was that Zheng Jun's stomach still showed no signs of pregnancy even after half a year of marriage. Even the Phoenix Monarch couldn't help but glance at Qin Kai's stomach when he paid his respects. The women of the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty didn't have the ability to conceive. After marriage, if the men wanted to have children, they would eat a fruit called the spirit-bearing fruit. After eating it, their bodies would have the ability to conceive. However, it was only the ability to conceive. It didn't mean that the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty's imperial harem would be pregnant immediately. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many childless emperors' imperial concubines. The imperial concubine couldn't be blamed for being anxious. Gu Xingyin only had Qin Kai as his lord. Everyone could see that the relationship between the two of them was very good. It was really strange that she wasn't pregnant. In the imperial court, there were already ministers who proposed to take in a secondary emperor for the crown prince, but they were all firmly rejected by Gu Xingyin. Only Bai Xian and Lan Xian, who served the two of them, knew the truth. His Highness didn't take the spirit-pregnant fruit at all. Princess, 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 royal highnesses, princesses, princess, fruit, 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 royal princess, royal highness, princess, princess, highness, princess, highness. Princess. Qin's princess of marriage, princess of. But no matter how hard she tried to hide it, Qin Keishi would find out one day. That night, Qin Keishi sat quietly on the bed and looked at her. "Why didn't you let me eat those fruits?" Gu Xingyin paused. "Marrying me has already made you suffer." He was such a proud person. For her, he gave up his noble status and his family to come to this isolated heavenly phoenix. How could she bear to let a man of the great Qin Empire suffer such a thing? Chapter 643. She didn't finish her sentence, but Qin Keishi understood what she meant. He didn't say anything else. He just grabbed her hand, locked her in his embrace, and gently kissed her. In the 4th month of the 12th year of the Phoenix origin, Crown Prince Xingjun suddenly felt nauseous while eating. After calling for an imperial physician, he was overjoyed. The 2 palaces were overjoyed and endlessly rewarded Clear Phoenix Palace. Gu Xingyin only felt frightened. After everyone left, she looked at Qin Keishi, who had been properly placed on the bed. "You don't have to do this for me." Qin Keishi smiled. "When I agreed to marry into Heavenly Phoenix Palace, I was already prepared for this." She didn't want him to feel wronged, but how could he bear to see her endure pressure from all sides for him? A crown prince without an heir, no matter how much the Phoenix Emperor doted on her, he wouldn't be able to tolerate her, right? Gu Xingyin only felt a warm current surging in her heart. She gently leaned her head against Qin Keishi's chest and said, "I, Wang Chang'e, am so lucky to be able to marry you." Qin Keishi reached out and held her hand, a warm smile on his face. How could he, Qin Keishi, not be lucky? In the 10th month of the 12th year of the Phoenix origin, Crown Prince Xingjun gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, in Clear Phoenix Palace. Gu Xingyin only glanced at the 2 little children before sitting down beside Qin Keishi. She lowered her head and leaned close to his face, softly saying, "Let's raise these 2 children well and not have any more children, okay?" Qin Keishi smiled and nodded. The phoenix soaring and the dragon soaring were auspicious signs. No one could criticize Clear Phoenix Palace anymore. Those righteous voices that wanted to choose a concubine for the crown prince also gradually weakened. Everyone knew that the crown prince was deeply in love with Crown Prince Xingjun. Even looking at the situation, it seemed that he was going to stop taking in a harem for him. Many people disapproved of this. In their opinion, the crown prince hadn't been married for long. It was the time for the young couple to be affectionate. In addition, Crown Prince Xingjun was born with a heavenly appearance. It was common sense that the crown prince was very important. But women always liked the new and hated the old. No matter how beautiful the face was, there would be a time when it would age. When that time came, how could the crown prince who sat on the throne of the world still be able to hold on? However, Gu Xingyin used facts to tell them what it meant to be the only one in a lifetime. The Phoenix Emperor was in his prime. As the crown prince, Gu Xingyin did not feel much pressure. She even had time to bring Qin Keishi and the 2 children out of the palace to play in disguise. Every time the nobles of Heavenly Phoenix saw the crown prince, they could see that she and His Royal Highness were in love with each other. The 2 of them were the envy of others. Another 10 years passed. The Phoenix Emperor officially passed the throne to Gu Xingyin and retired to the depths of the palace to enjoy the rest of his life. Gu Xingyin officially inherited the throne of the Phoenix Emperor and changed the name of the country to Fengyong. Using Qin Keishi's previous title as the country's title showed that she valued him greatly. On the first day of the new Phoenix Emperor's ascension to the throne, he said something in front of all the officials. "In this lifetime, we will only love His Royal Highness. Everyone, in the future, do not mention the matter of the imperial harem." When these words came out, the court was shocked. Many of the old officials knelt and begged His Majesty to retract the decree. Gu Xingyin hated these officials who took advantage of their seniority the most. They relied on their seniority to think that it would be difficult for the new emperor to deal with them. However, Gu Xingyin did not fall for this trick. After he thunderously sent the old officials home to retire, no one raised any more objections. The Phoenix Emperor and Her Royal Highness only had 1 son and 1 daughter. Just as the Phoenix Emperor said on the day of her ascension, she would only have Her Royal Highness in the imperial harem. Later, there were rumors that the two of them only had a pair of children because the Phoenix Emperor pitied Her Royal Highness and did not want him to suffer the pain of childbirth. But as for what the truth was, everyone could only speculate from a few records. Chapter 644. Once upon a time, there was an immortal herb that was accidentally dropped into the mortal world by a fairy during a banquet held by the heavenly court. This was an extremely rare immortal herb that was plucked from the Penglai immortal island in the depths of the South Sea. The fairy didn't dare to speak of it for fear of being punished, so she concealed it. That immortal herb fell into the garden of a wealthy family. It wasn't conspicuous among the precious flowers, and it stayed there peacefully for more than 10 years. Until one day, it bloomed. When Gu Xingyin came to this world, she just happened to see this immortal herb bloom. After all, it wasn't an ordinary plant. When it bloomed, it didn't simply bloom, but it transformed. On the long leaves, a white flower slowly bloomed. The bud was very small, but when it unfolded, it seemed as if an endless number of petals were released. The flowers in the garden bent towards her at the same time, and the entire garden was filled with a strange fragrance. This flower fragrance wasn't ordinary. It carried the scent of an immortal. If an ordinary person smelled it, even if they didn't get sick or have no disasters, it wouldn't be a problem for them to prolong their life. Then, that white flower gently trembled twice. A white light flashed, and the flowers and leaves instantly turned into dots of fluorescent light. Within the dots of light, a graceful figure in white gradually took shape. Her white clothes were made of an unknown material, and it was extremely elegant and beautiful. Her sleeves and skirt were full of blooming petals, elegant and lovely. Her hair wasn't tied up, and there was only a white flower crown woven from the top of her head. Under the flower crown was an astonishingly beautiful face. This was a woman who had transformed from words. The moment Gu Xingyin opened her eyes, she looked in a certain direction. Beside the pillar in the garden pavilion, a man in a black robe stood quietly. His face was handsome, and his black eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, staring closely at her. There was an aura as heavy as a mountain on his body. This was something that could only be emitted by someone who had been in a high position for many years. It was very obvious that the scene of her transformation had been seen by this person. Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before. Gu Xingyin tilted her head to look at the man. The man walked over step by step. He came to Gu Xingyin's side. The strong fragrance from before had already dissipated, but when one walked close to the woman, they could still smell the fragrance. Oh. What kind of people do you usually see? He asked with interest. Gu Xingyin frowned as if she was thinking carefully. There are Cui, Helan, Chang Sheng, Master Yun, Madam Yun, Miss Yun. Yuan Rui thought for a moment. Among these people, he only knew a few names. The others sounded like slaves. He was not interested in these things. Who are you? Why are you here? Gu Xingyin seemed surprised by his question. I live here. I have lived here for more than 10 years. I'm Yulan. Live here. Yuan Rui glanced at the flower bed and understood what she meant. It seemed that she really treated these two pieces of soil as her home. For some reason, Yuan Rui suddenly wanted to laugh, but he held back. He turned his head and asked, Are you willing to go with me? Gu Xingyin was not so easy to fool. Why should I go with you? Yuan Rui scared her. You should know that the people here are different from you. If they know that you are a flower, they will kill you. Chapter 645. What surprised him was that this girl, who looked like a flower fairy or a flower spirit, was not easy to fool at all. Gu Xingyin smiled slyly. If I turn into a flower, none of them will know. The man guided her patiently. Don't you want to take a look at the outside world? Gu Xingyin's eyes widened. She had heard Cui and the others mention that the outside of the Yun residence was fun. Seeing the longing in her eyes, Yuan Rui chuckled softly, his eyes filled with determination. If you come with me, I can take you everywhere to play. As a flower, the biggest disadvantage was that she had always been rooted in the soil. Before she transformed, she had never gone anywhere. Gu Xingyin, who was tempted, nodded dizzily. At this moment, someone entered the garden. His Highness Yen King. Her voice came to an abrupt halt when she saw Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin looked at her. She recognized this person. This was the eldest miss of the Yun residence, Yun Chuqing, the #1 beauty of the Ming Kingdom. However, this #1 beauty might be discounted now because of the addition of Gu Xingyin. If Yun Chuqing was a beauty in exquisite brocade clothes, then Gu Xingyin was the uncanny workmanship of nature. She was naturally exquisite, like the moonlight on the horizon, like an orchid in an empty valley. Yun Chuqing's expression was not good. It was not easy for her father to have the opportunity to invite His Highness Sage King into the estate, and he had long instructed her to perform well. If she could gain His Highness Sage King's favor, it would be a good thing for the entire Yun estate. Yun Chuqing was originally very confident. This His Highness Yen King had not taken a wife or concubines, and with her beauty, it should not be a problem to win him over. She had specially dressed up to come here. However, she was not so confident now. This was because there was clearly a beauty beside His Highness Yen King who was not inferior to her, and was even more beautiful than her. She squeezed out a smile. "May I know who this young lady is? I didn't see you just now." However, she thought in her heart, she's definitely not a daughter of a good family if she's dressed like that. Gu Xingyin, who had a smile on her face, suddenly became angry and turned around to ignore her. Yuan Rui didn't know why she was angry. He held her back with one hand and nodded at Yun Chuqing. "These people are from the prince's estate. They came here to look for this prince." He glanced at Yun Chuqing. How could he not know what she was planning? Yun Chuqing was indeed beautiful, but he now had an even better treasure. He said, "It's getting late. I'll take my leave." Yun Chuqing watched helplessly as the Sage King pulled her away. When they left the residence of Yun, there was already a carriage from the imperial residence waiting outside. Although the people outside were very curious as to why the prince had brought back such an outstanding beauty, they tactfully did not dare to ask any questions. "What's wrong with you?" Yuan Rui asked curiously. Gu Xingyin looked at him angrily. "She scolded me." Yuan Rui thought for a moment before realizing that she was talking about Yun Chuqing. "How did she scold you?" He was very curious. The two clearly did not communicate at all. Gu Xingyin stretched out her hand and pointed at his chest. "She said it here." Yuan Rui's expression suddenly became serious. "She can actually hear the thoughts in other people's hearts." "Then can you hear what I'm saying?" he asked. Gu Xingyin shook her head honestly. "You're very strange. You're the first person I can't hear." Chapter 646. Gu Xingyin sat in the room and slowly sorted out the plot of this world. Originally, Yulan had also transformed in the back garden of the Yun residence on this day. However, she did not meet Yuan Rui. Yulan, who had mysteriously appeared in the garden of the Yun residence, naturally aroused the vigilance of the people of the Yun residence. Yulan, who was naive and did not know how to win people's hearts, immediately exposed her secret. When she heard that the people of the Yun residence wanted to catch her, she ran away in fear. However, the people of the Yun residence were afraid and went to invite a Taoist priest who came out of nowhere and chased her all over the city. Yulan, who had just transformed and did not know anything, was caught and the weak immortal qi in her body was sealed. She was brought back to the Yun residence. The person who was most hostile to her in the Yun residence was actually the eldest daughter of the Yun residence, Yun Chuqing, because she was jealous that Yulan was prettier than her. She personally scratched Yulan's face and sold her to the brothel. After living a life worse than death in the brothel, Yulan finally took advantage of an opportunity to learn the escape route from the guard's heart and successfully escaped. For the next 10 years, she lived in seclusion deep in the mountains and relied on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. Unfortunately, Yulan, whose heart had been corroded by hatred and resentment, had already fallen into the demonic path. She appeared in the Yun residence and killed all 87 lives of the Yun residents. Yun Chuqing, who had already married into a noble family, was naturally not spared. Yulan had killed her 2 children right in front of her and ended her life. Yulan, who had committed such a crime, was unable to escape the majesty of the heavenly Tao during her 100-year tribulation and disappeared. In fact, Yulan was originally a cold moon orchid that was hard to come by in 10,000 years in the Penglai immortal Tao. If she had been absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on Penglai Island, she would have been an exalted immortal after transforming. Even in the heavenly court, she would have been one of the best among the flower immortals after transforming. However, she had encountered such a thing. Therefore, after she died, Gu Shengyin came to her body before everything had happened. However, it seemed that His Highness Sage King's purpose in bringing her along was not simple. Gu Shengyin had no way of probing into his mind, but she had an extremely sensitive perception. Unlike the lovers in the previous world, Gu Shengyin could see the appreciation in his eyes, but in the deepest part of his eyes, there was a thick coldness that could not be melted. Perhaps it was because he knew that Gu Shengyin had a special ability, but Yuan Rui never let random people get close to her. He even accompanied Gu Shengyin for her daily meals. To the outside world, the Sage King's explanation was that his junior sister had come out of the Carefree Valley to play with him. Everyone knew that His Royal Highness Sage King had once been apprenticed to the mysterious Carefree Valley. The people of Carefree Valley were eccentric, so no one doubted his words. Gu Shengyin also played dumb with him, dutifully playing the role of a qualified flower fairy who knew nothing about the world, waiting for him to reveal his purpose. In fact, everyone in the Sage King's mansion was very interested in Gu Shengyin, the legendary disciple of Carefree Valley, but they had never had the chance to meet her. Yuan Rui did have his own purpose. He was good to this little flower fairy with a strange origin, just for his own selfish desires. But he didn't know that after doing too much fake acting, it would become real. After a long time of hypocrisy, perhaps sometimes he himself couldn't tell whether this hypocrisy was real or not. Chapter 647. Your Highness, Miss Yulan's talent is rarely seen in my life. A dignified madam said to Yuan Rui in pleasant surprise. She was the zither master that Yuan Rui had invited for Gu Shengyin. Yulan was born with an immortal wood body, transparent and flawless. She could understand things like zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting with just a little bit. Every teacher that Yuan Rui had invited was full of praise for her. After sending off the female teacher, Yuan Rui walked into the courtyard. The woman, still dressed in white and wearing a flower crown, was sitting there elegantly playing the zither. Her fingers were skillful, and waves of distant and moving music flowed from her fingertips. When she played to her heart's content, she even closed her eyes and gently raised a smile, as if she was immersed in it and enjoying it. Yuan Rui was unconsciously stunned. This kind of woman, he came back to his senses and remembered his purpose. He remembered his years of forbearance and revenge. His eyes instantly became cold. Yulan. He called out to her gently, his eyes filled with tenderness. The zither music stopped. Gu Shengyin happily opened her eyes and looked at him. You came. Her mind was as pure as a child's. Her thoughts were completely revealed on her face. However, this expression made Yuan Rui's eyes darken. Didn't you always want to go out and play? I'll take you out to play today, okay? He asked softly. Gu Shengyin instantly widened her eyes. Really? She had been in the Sage King manor for many days, but Yuan Rui never let her go out. He said that there were too many bad people outside and he didn't have time. It was not safe to take her out. Seeing her like this, Yuan Rui unconsciously revealed a smile. Really? When the prince wanted to go out, the servants of the manor naturally quickly prepared the things. Gu Shengyin was asked to change her clothes. According to Yuan Rui, the clothes she was wearing looked too unusual. If she went out, she had to be careful. Gu Shengyin naturally wouldn't be tangled up in this kind of small matter. For many people in the manor, this was the first time they saw the little junior sister that the prince spoke of. What a beautiful lady! I'm afraid that even the #1 beauty in the Ming Kingdom can't compare to her. His Highness has yet to marry and is so good to this junior sister. Could she be our future princess consort? Gu Xingyin listened to their voices one by one. When they entered the carriage, she suddenly asked, "What is a princess?" Yuan Rui was stunned. "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Gu Xingyin blinked. "I just heard it." Yuan Rui recalled her unfathomable ability and understood. He explained, "Wang Fei is His Highness's wife." "My wife is Xian Wang Fei." Gu Xingyin softly repeated the word, wife. Suddenly, her face turned slightly red. "I know what the books say. A wife is someone who will spend the rest of her life with you and will never be separated, right?" Yuan Rui nodded. "Then can I be your wife?" Yuan Rui looked up in surprise and saw this little flower fairy looking at him with expectation. Her face was red and her eyes seemed to be hiding a pool of water. He was moved for a moment, but then he remembered his own situation. He hardened his heart and only smiled softly, "You don't understand at all. There are too many things needed between husband and wife." Although Gu Xingyin didn't understand those twists and turns, she could tell that Yuan Rui didn't promise her. She suddenly became depressed. Chapter 648. Fortunately, her mood left as quickly as it came. Not long after, when she saw the bustling crowd outside, the lively and novel scene immediately attracted her attention. Yuan Rui ordered someone to stop the carriage, and the two got off in the downtown area. Gu Xingyin was like a child, looking here and there. From time to time, she would take something she was interested in and leave, not knowing how to pay. Yuan Rui resigned himself to his fate and followed behind her as a money bag. She was delicate and beautiful, and her clothes were gorgeous. Those peddlers knew that she was most likely a noble, so they bragged about their things, fooling her with a few words. "This is so sweet, do you want to try?" Gu Xingyin put a bite of sugar-coated haw in front of Yuan Rui's mouth. "Try it." Yuan Rui looked at the sugar-coated haw and felt a bit strange. No one had ever treated him like this. No one would, and no one would dare to give their food to His Highness the Sage King. But looking at Gu Xingyin's pure and happy expectation, he was shaken for a moment, but he still obediently lowered his head and took a bite of the sugar-coated haw. A strong sour taste spread from the tip of his tongue. "Ha ha 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 ha, I lied to you, it's so sour." Gu Xingyin laughed like a kitten that had stolen a fish. Yuan Rui helplessly looked at her, but he was reluctant to spit out the sugar-coated haw. He didn't feel sour, it was very sweet. The two separated at noon. Gu Xingyin seemed to have endless energy, and she didn't have the slightest intention to rest. Soon, it was night. The Ming Kingdom's capital was lit up everywhere. Many of the peddlers packed up and went home. More snacks and fun things appeared on the street. The night market came out. Gu Xingyin couldn't stop playing. Until Yuan Rui called her, "It's late, I'll take you to see something, then we'll go home." "What is it?" Gu Xingyin's attention was immediately attracted. Yuan Rui smiled, "Let's go, I'll take you to a place." The place he was referring to was the high platform of a restaurant in the city. "There's nothing fun here." Gu Xingyin looked around. There were only a few chairs and a small table. There were not even a few stars to be seen tonight. Yuan Rui smiled. "Raise your head." Gu Xingyin followed his words and looked up. There was a deafening sound. She was shocked at first, but soon, she was attracted by the thing that appeared in front of her. Large and gorgeous fireworks bloomed in front of her eyes, falling from the sky with long and beautiful tails. Gu Xingyin stood at a high position, and some of the little tails even fell beside her. She was so happy that she wanted to use her hands to catch them, but she found that when those beautiful little things fell into her hands, they were just a bunch of dust that would be blown away by the wind. But there were even more beautiful fireworks in the air. "It's so beautiful." She turned her head and smiled at Yuan Rui, who was standing behind her. Yuan Rui looked at the woman in front of him in a daze. She had a face like a flower, slim and elegant. Behind her, there were brilliant fireworks. This kind of scene, this kind of person, he thought, I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. At this time, Gu Xingyin suddenly walked towards him. Then, she gently kissed him on the cheek. I read in a book that humans use this to show their love. Chapter 649. Yuan Rui, I like you. She said. Yuan Rui couldn't hold back and tightly hugged the person in his arms. The two people, under the backdrop of the fireworks, hugged each other. It was the most romantic thing. But Yuan Rui's words were not romantic at all. Don't like me, Yulan. After a long time, he said. Gu Xingyin had been playing for the whole day and was a little tired. At this moment, she was about to fall asleep. When she heard him speak, she only responded in a daze. Seeing her like this, the worry that had just risen in Yuan Rui's heart immediately disappeared. He helplessly revealed a smile, picked her up by the waist, and returned to the Wang Fu. Starting from that night, some things seemed to have changed. Yuan Rui appeared more and more in Gu Xingyin's courtyard. Gu Xingyin was no longer like before to amuse herself. When she was alone, she would look forward to Yuan Rui's arrival. When she saw him, she would be overjoyed. She would talk to him about the songs she liked, and hope that he would stay with her all day. Yuan Rui felt like he was crazy. He shouldn't be like this. He knew very well what his goal was in bringing this woman to the Wang Fu. But his heart was moved. Your Highness, don't forget what our goal is. His confidant advised him. These people all knew of Gu Xingyin's existence, but they had never seen her before. Because of her ability, Yuan Rui didn't dare let them see her. Yes, he had more important things to do. Yuan Rui thought of that person's flower-like smile and fiercely closed his eyes. Gu Xingyin hadn't seen Yuan Rui for 3 days. On this day, when a servant girl of the Wang Fu was preparing food for her, she asked, "Why hasn't Yuan Rui come?" In the entire Wang Fu, only she dared to call him this. The servant girl had become familiar with her these days and was very fond of this junior sister of His Highness. She smiled and said, "Miss, Our Highness is about to take a secondary fei. He's a bit busy right now." Taken a secondary consort. Gu Xingyin was stunned for a moment. She didn't understand what he meant. However, the maidservant left after laying out the dishes for her. His Highness had said that this Miss Yulan did not like crowds, so they were not allowed to disturb her. After the maid left, Gu Xingyin lazily replied, "System, help me check." She had played dumb with Yuan Rui for so long. It was time to look at the script. The system told her everything. Even though Gu Xingyin had made some guesses from Yuan Rui's words and actions these days, when she really knew the truth, she couldn't help but sigh, the lovers in this world are really scum. If she really was Yulan, she would probably have to enter the demonic Tao again after encountering such a person. Gu Xingyin was used to having a lover who loved her wholeheartedly and obeyed her every wish in every world. Suddenly meeting such a lover, the feeling in her heart was really very subtle. However, subtle was subtle. Gu Xingyin expressed, she was angry. Since she was angry, if she didn't ruthlessly torture a certain person, there was no way to make her happy. Yuan Rui, who was talking with his trusted aide, suddenly felt his body turn cold. A bad feeling spread in his heart. What was going on? He was confused, but didn't care. Chapter 650. Half a month passed and Yuan Rui forced himself not to go to that small courtyard. Today, he couldn't take it anymore. Before he entered the courtyard, he heard the sound of a zither. It was different from the leisure and joy of the past. This zither sound was filled with a faint sense of worry. Yuan Rui's heart tightened. She too, would she have any worries? He couldn't help but quicken his steps and see the person in the courtyard. She was still wearing that pure white robe, but in Yuan Rui's eyes, that person seemed to have lost a lot of weight. There was a slight sourness spreading in his heart. Gu Xingyin noticed him. "You're here." Her eyes were filled with joy as she quickly ran in front of Yuan Rui. I'm going to take a secondary concubine. This was the first thing Yu Wenrui said to her. Gu Xingyin's smile froze on her face. After transforming for so long, Yu Wenrui had invited many famous female teachers to teach her. She knew everything she needed to know. For example, what did it mean to take a secondary concubine? She cried. Yu Wenrui was a bit flustered. He had thought about how she would react, but he didn't expect her to cry out like this. It wasn't a loud cry. Her tears rolled out without any warning, as if they wouldn't stop flowing. Don't you like me? Gu Xingyin asked. Yu Wenrui was speechless. How could he not like her? He liked her so much that he wanted to change his initial thoughts and keep her by his side. But he couldn't. He had prepared for this for so long. He couldn't let go of his long-cherished wish. Since he couldn't let go, then the one to be let go could only be Gu Xingyin. His voice was a bit hoarse. Yu Lan, I will have a secondary concubine in the future. I will have a primary concubine. This has nothing to do with liking. The flower fairy's mind clearly couldn't understand this. She only knew that being with the person she liked was the happiest thing. There was nothing better. But humans were different. In their hearts, there were too many things more important than this. The two parted on bad terms. Yu Wenrui left in a sorry state. He felt very despicable. He had never thought of himself as a good person, but this was the first time his heart ached for hurting someone because of his despicable actions. But in the future, he would do even more despicable things. The things sent to the small courtyard were still the most precious things in the mansion, but Yu Wenrui rarely came back. One day, an uninvited guest came to Gu Xingyin's courtyard. Gu Xingyin recognized her. She was the #1 beauty of the Ming Kingdom, Yun Chuqing, who would also be the Xian King's concubine. She knew why Yu Wenrui wanted to take her as his concubine. The Yun family was the wealthiest in the world. Although their status as merchants wasn't high, their wealth was comparable to the national treasury. Behind Yun Chuqing was a large group of attendants. She arrogantly said to Gu Xingyin, I'm here to meet the little junior sister that our prince has hidden in this courtyard. Her tone was full of disdain, as if she wasn't talking about her junior sister, but a shameful mistress. The attendants behind her also sneered. Gu Xingyin looked at this woman coldly. Who are you? Her tone was flat when she spoke. She was just sitting there leisurely, but Yun Chuqing felt that she was showing off to her. A maid beside her said, Our family's young miss is the Yun family's eldest miss, the Xian King's future secondary concubine. Oh. Future secondary concubine. Gu Xingyin emphasized these words. She was not surprised to see Yun Chuqing's face turn green. If you want to put on airs, enter the mansion first. Come back after you become the primary concubine. Chapter 651. Yun Chuqing was so angry by Gu Xingyin's words that she was speechless. In her eyes, this girl was mocking her, saying that she was only a secondary consort and had no right to lecture her. The maid beside her stood up and sneered. There is no official consort in the virtuous king mansion. When our secondary consort marries in the future, she will be the only female master in the mansion. Miss, you should be careful with your words. Gu Xingyin's eyes did not even move as she continued to play the zither in her hands. Yu Wenrui's figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. What are you doing here? His words were directed at Yun Chuqing. When Yun Chuqing saw him, her expression changed. She said sadly, Your Highness, I just heard that your junior sister is living in the courtyard and wanted to meet her. I didn't expect that this miss doesn't seem to welcome me. You want to use your power to oppress me and humiliate me. Gu Xingyin finished her sentence. Yun Chuqing's expression changed. She did have such thoughts, but she couldn't admit it no matter what. Yu Wenrui knew why Gu Xingyin said that. Her unique ability allowed her to know what everyone was thinking. He glanced at Yun Chuqing, his gaze full of disgust. This woman, if it weren't for her family's wealth, Miss Yun, it's better not to trouble you with the matters of the virtuous king mansion for the time being. Yun Chuqing's face turned pale. What did this mean? Was he trying to humiliate her in front of everyone? Wasn't she his future secondary consort? However, she did not dare to say anything and left with her people with a pale face. After Yun Chuqing left, Yuan Rui said to Gu Xingyin apologetically, "I was thoughtless and let others disturb you." Gu Xingyin shook her head. "You have nothing to be sorry about. I'm troubling you by staying here." Yuan Rui listened to her cold voice, which was different from before, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. Gu Xingyin continued, "I've been staying here for so long. When I transformed that day, you also benefited a lot. Let's call it even. I'm preparing to leave." "Leave?" Yuan Rui couldn't tell how he felt when he heard those words. It was a little painful, but also a little empty. "Don't you like me? Why are you leaving now?" he heard himself ask with a sneer. Gu Xingyin looked at him strangely. Her eyes were still as clear and bright as when they first met. "You don't like me anymore. Why should I like you?" Her thinking was so simple. "You like me, I like you." Yuan Rui suddenly laughed in a low voice. This person looked so naive, but in reality, he was the most heartless one. He closed his eyes and laughed at himself in his heart. "This is good too. At least this way, when I make that decision, I won't be too heartbroken." His heart had already wavered, but he realized that he had fallen for her. He couldn't bear to part with her. He hadn't come to see her for half a month because he wanted to see if he could really give up on her. When he heard that Yun Chuqing had brought a large group of people to this small courtyard, he immediately rushed over. But what he saw was a completely different Yulan. This was good too. He comforted himself. There shouldn't be any more fetters between the two of them in the first place. "Help me with one last thing," he heard himself say indifferently. Chapter 652. The sound of the zither suddenly stopped. The small courtyard suddenly quieted down. The two sat in silence. Gu Xingyin asked after a long time, "What is it?" Yuan Rui opened his mouth. He felt that he could say it without any hindrance. This was the reason why he had brought her out of the Yun manor. But the girl in front of him sat in silence. A pair of clear and flawless eyes stared at him, making him feel that his mind was dirty. In the end, he couldn't open his mouth. Almost in a sorry state, he said, "I haven't thought it through yet. When I think it through, I'll tell you." He turned to leave, but in the end, he turned his head and said, "You can stay here for now. Otherwise, when I think it through, I won't be able to find you." Gu Xingyin watched his figure leave the courtyard. She said to the system with emotion, "It's already reached this point, but you didn't say it. You're not a complete slag." System, she always felt that the lovers of this world were very pitiful. Yuan Rui gathered all of his confidants and ordered them to secretly search for beauties in the world. One of his confidants had already guessed his master's thoughts. Although he hadn't personally seen the girl living in the courtyard, from the words of the palace's servants, he could imagine that she was an outstanding beauty. That kind of beauty could move a man's heart. It was a very normal thing. "Your Highness," he advised. "Your Majesty's 10,000 years of life is coming, this is definitely a good opportunity. We've prepared for this for so long, we can't let it all go to waste because of love," he earnestly advised. "Moreover, one day, you'll be able to ascend the throne. What kind of beauty can't you get?" Yuan Rui closed his eyes. "She's not the same. A girl like her, in this world, there was only one." The confidant secretly said in his heart, every pair of lovers, when they're passionate, they feel that the other party is unparalleled in the world. But how long can that freshness last? He could only advise, "Your Highness, think carefully about these years. Think about our ambitions, think about the vow you made in the past." He didn't say anything else. He firmly believed that this master of his knew what was most important to him. Yuan Rui couldn't harden his heart to speak to Gu Xingyin, but there was always someone who spoke up for him. It was still Yun Chuqing. This time, she did not bring a large number of attendants with her. Behind her were only her trusted maids who had grown up with her. She looked at Gu Xingyin with a pitiful gaze. Miss Yulan is indeed a rare heavenly beauty. I admit that I am inferior to you. Although she said this, her tone was filled with schadenfreude. Not long ago, someone secretly told her a piece of news, which made her feel very good. I accept your compliment. Please leave. Gu Xingyi never had a good impression of this woman. If it was any other day, Yun Chuqing would definitely be angry, but today, her expression did not change. Instead, a gratified smile appeared on her face. Aren't you arrogant? Weren't you looking down on this young lady with your nose in the air? Who do you think you are? His Highness is so good to you only because, Gu Xingyin heard everything she was thinking in her mind. I came today to tell Miss Yulan something. Yun Chuqing had a kind look on her face. After all, we couldn't possibly allow Miss Yulan to not know what had happened even at this point in time. Chapter 653. By the time Yuan Rui found out what had happened and came to the small courtyard, it was already night time. Yun Chuqing had already left. The courtyard was very dark, and the servants said that Miss Yulan didn't allow the lamps to be lit. Yuan Rui walked into the room with the lamp and immediately saw Gu Xingyin sitting on the wide soft couch with her arms around her knees. Seeing him approach, Gu Xingyin just looked at him calmly. Yuan Rui's heart clenched when he saw this. She clearly had no expression, but she looked like she was crying. Yulan. He called out to her. I heard that you haven't eaten all day, so I brought your favorite flower honey cake. Although Yulan was transformed from a flower, she didn't have the habit of repelling each other. She loved to eat snacks made of flowers and fruits. Yuan Rui, Gu Xingyin said faintly. Someone came to my courtyard today and said a lot to me. Yuan Rui fell silent. She told me that you put me in this courtyard for a reason, right? She looked at Yuan Rui expectantly, hoping that he would say no. Yes. Yuan Rui looked away in a sorry state. He couldn't lie to these eyes. Gu Xingyin's expression became even more confused. You want to give me to someone else? Yuan Rui felt that she was going to cry in the next second. His heart ached, but this was indeed what he had done. I originally planned to do so, but Yulan, later on. He wanted to say that he regretted it later on. Then you were so good to me before, taking me out to play and watching fireworks. Was it all on purpose? Yes. Gu Xingyin turned her head away and no longer looked at Yuan Rui. I know. The last thing you asked me to help you with was this, right? Yuan Rui wanted to deny it. He opened his mouth, and those unbearable images flashed through his mind. In the end, he fell silent. Gu Xingyin thought that if it was really Yulan, her heart would probably break at this moment. Okay. I promise you. She turned around and Yuan Rui could clearly see the light in her eyes. Those were tears. I will help you one last time. After that, we will be even and have nothing to do with each other. Okay. Leave. I don't want to see you again. Yuan Rui stood in the darkness for a long time, so long that Gu Xingyin thought he had left, but her body was embraced by a strong force. But this time, a white light flashed from her body and easily repelled Yuan Rui. Don't touch me again. Don't touch me again. These 6 simple words were like the heaviest hammer, ruthlessly smashing into Yuan Rui's heart, smashing it into pieces. He clutched his chest. That place hurt so much that it was difficult for him to even breathe. In the end, he left. She never came to this small courtyard again. Who allowed you to make your own decisions? He looked coldly at the person kneeling on the ground. That person was a confidant left behind by his mother and had always been by his side since he was young. Your Highness, this subordinate made his own decisions. I know that I have offended my superiors. I will never ask for your Highness' forgiveness. That person was also a stubborn person and didn't defend himself. He was the one who leaked the matter to Yun Chuqing and used her to tell the truth to Gu Xingyin. Only in this way will your Highness truly give up and remember what our purpose has always been. Chapter 654. Yuan Rui covered his face with his hand. He knew that blaming this person now was just venting his anger. The main culprit was actually himself. The atmosphere of the entire Sage King Manor became inexplicably heavy. The servants were all frightened, deeply afraid that if they made a mistake, they would be dragged out by their angry master and heavily punished. All kinds of brocade clothes and jewels were sent to Gu Xingyin's courtyard. Along with them were maids who weren't easy to serve. There were also mamas who taught her all kinds of rules. Gu Xingyin was indifferent to everything. She no longer had the kind and curious appearance she had when she first entered the manor. However, her appearance was more in line with Yuan Rui's cold and indifferent personality, who didn't like to see strangers' image. Yuan Rui really didn't appear again after that night. Half a month later, on the Sage King's birthday, the Sage King presented a stunning beauty. The emperor was overjoyed and personally praised the Sage King for being respectful and filial, a role model for princes. This was Yuan Rui's goal from the beginning. His imperial father was an idiot who only knew how to eat, drink, and play. The thing he loved the most in his life was beauties. He once joked at a palace banquet, "Zhen is the ruler of the world, but it's a pity that I can't ask for a truly stunning beauty." Yuan Rui remembered these words in his heart, and the moment he saw Gu Xingyin, he had this plan. The night Gu Xingyin was sent to the palace, the light in Yuan Rui's study didn't dim at all. The next day, it was announced that the emperor favored the beauty that night and gave a decree to bestow Jiayu. When he heard this news, he couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, in reality, Gu Xingyin had only used a small spell on the emperor that night, making him hug his quilt and have an incomparably beautiful wet dream. The beauty in the palace became more and more favored, and the emperor was even unwilling to attend morning court for her. It was widely spread among the people that this Li Jiayu had the appearance of an immortal, the reincarnation of a fairy from the heavens. She was grateful for the emperor's hospitality and came down to the mortal world. Yuan Rui became more and more favored by the emperor day by day. The emperor gave him more and more power. His methods were decisive and ruthless, and he had been in hiding for many years. In a short period of time, he had taken control of the situation in the court. He should have been proud of his success, but he was getting thinner day by day. His confidants knew that there was a knot in his heart that could not be untied. That knot was Li Jiayu, who was proud of her success in the palace. Yuan Rui had seen Gu Xingyin once in the palace. She was dressed in a gorgeous palace dress and had exquisite makeup on her face. Her expression was arrogant and cold, completely different from how she used to be. When she saw him, she didn't even spare him a glance. With a burst of fragrance, she brushed past him without any reluctance. One of his followers, who didn't know what was going on, said, "Is this Li Jiayu your junior sister? Isn't it all thanks to your efforts that she has today? Now that she has gained the upper hand with just one move." The rest of his words came to an abrupt halt when he saw the horrifying expression on his face. Yes, she was the one who had given her everything. It was natural for her to hate him. Yuan Rui couldn't help but cover his chest. Since that day, he had inexplicably suffered from heart disease. Many imperial physicians had seen him, but they couldn't see the problem. But every time it flared up, it felt like his heart was about to split open. Chapter 655. Gu Xingyin was also shocked when she saw Yuan Rui's appearance. She still remembered the first time she saw him, tall and straight, handsome and spirited, possessing a charm that could move the hearts of all women. However, when she saw him just now, he had obviously lost weight. His complexion was also unhealthily pale, and there were deep dark circles under his eyes. It was obvious that he had not rested well for a long time. It went without saying who caused all this, but Gu Xingyin did not have the slightest pity for him. Since he dared to do such a thing, he should be prepared to be abused. There was still a long time, and she had prepared an even bigger surprise waiting for him. Spring Hunt. His Majesty the Emperor, who had just obtained a beauty, naturally wanted to show off his brilliance in front of her. He and Li Jiayu, who was now the most favored of the 6 palaces, rode in the same carriage and arrived at the imperial hunting ground. Gu Xingyin glanced around and saw that Yun Chuqing was also there. With her status, she did not have the qualifications to participate in such a grand event. After thinking for a moment, she understood the crux of the matter. It was probably because of her status as the secondary consort of the virtuous king. She did not know what Yuan Rui was thinking, but the matter that was originally decided was delayed just like that. The Yun family was very dissatisfied, but they did not dare to say anything. Just like that, Yun Chuqing was held back awkwardly. However, Gu Xingyin was annoyed just by looking at it. The corner of her mouth twitched, and the emperor beside her noticed it and immediately asked, "What's wrong, my beloved consort?" Gu Xingyin lazily pointed at Yun Chuqing. "I don't like that woman." In any case, she was now a source of trouble in the eyes of others, wasn't she? Then she would be unreasonable. The emperor followed her gaze, and a trace of shock flashed through his eyes. However, in the blink of an eye, he saw Gu Xingyin sitting beside him. "Yes, compared to my beloved consort, everyone is just a commoner. Since my beloved consort does not like her, then someone, take her away. Don't sit here and look like a wet blanket." Yun Chuqing's face immediately turned pale. Being publicly disliked by the emperor, what face would she have in the future? She looked at Yuan Rui as if she wanted to ask him for help. The others also looked at the fiery His Royal Highness Xian Wang. Many people knew that this young lady was his future concubine. Now that he was slapped in the face by Li Jiayu, they didn't know how he would react. Yuan Rui turned a deaf ear to these gazes. Yulan did not like the eldest daughter of the Yun family. Was it because she was his concubine? Was she still unable to let go of him in her heart? He wanted to raise his head to look at Gu Xingyin's expression, but the two of them were too far apart. He could only see a beautiful figure dressed in luxurious clothes, blurred and distant. "Didn't you hear what His Majesty said? Since you've ruined His Majesty's mood, why don't you hurry up and drag it out?" he said coldly. Many people were in an uproar. They all said that His Highness Prince Xian was cold-hearted. It was true. He could even be cruel to his own concubine. Assassins! No one knew who shouted, but a few figures suddenly jumped out from the crowd and headed straight for the emperor. "My dear concubine!" the emperor exclaimed. He did not expect that this delicate beauty would stand in front of him at a time like this. "Your Majesty, it is this concubine's honor to be able to block this blade for your Majesty." Gu Xingyin smiled weakly. From the corner of her eye, she saw Yuan Rui rushing over. "This concubine and His Highness Prince Xian are like siblings." She did not continue. Firstly, the emperor could understand what she meant. Secondly, she closed her eyes. Chapter 656. When Yuan Rui saw Gu Xingyin block the attack, he jumped up from his seat. He used all his strength to run to the emperor's side. But by the time he reached her side, she had already stopped breathing. Yuan Rui's hands couldn't help but tremble. When the emperor saw his expression, he thought he was too sad because of his junior sister's death. Of course, the spring hunt was stopped. Li Jiayu's body was brought back to the palace and the emperor ordered a grand funeral. But that night, Li Jiayu's palace caught fire and everything was burned to ashes. Not even a complete corpse was left behind. The emperor could only sigh. Yuan Rui personally carried Yulan's corpse and placed it in his room. The servants in his room were all deaf and mute. He wasn't afraid they would leak the secret. "Yulan. You must hate me, right? You should hate me, but if you hate me, you should take revenge." Why did you say those things? What brother and sister? Even in death, she was still thinking about him. Yuan Rui spoke and coughed violently. Bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't want to wipe it away. He touched her face with trembling hands. She was still beautiful, but cold and stiff to the touch. It was the smell of death. "I'm a bastard. I won't die a good death. It's me who caused you to be in this state." His Highness Xian Wang became thinner and thinner day by day. His temperament became more and more gloomy. Even when the emperor gave him the title of crown prince at the court meeting, there was no smile on his face. This made many court officials secretly praise the Xian Wang. No, the crown prince's temperament was extraordinary. Yuan Rui was at a loss. Becoming the crown prince and finally ascending to the supreme throne, trampling everyone under his feet, was his life's greatest goal. But now, almost all of it had been achieved. Why didn't he feel happy at all? Perhaps it was because his heart had already turned cold following that person's departure. Returning to the palace in a daze, Yuan Rui turned a blind eye to all the congratulations and closed himself in his room. But the figure that should have been lying on the bed was gone. Gone. A trace of panic flashed through his heart. How could it disappear? He looked carefully and finally saw a withered camellia flower on the bed. An idea suddenly flashed through his mind. That's right, she wasn't human at all. How could she be judged by human standards? Yuan Rui let out a low chuckle. In the end, that chuckle gradually turned into laughter. In the end, he laughed until he couldn't stop coughing. Even so, he did not stop laughing. His eyes lit up, and a glimmer of hope suddenly spread out in the deathly stillness. You lied to me, you lied to everyone. But thank you for lying to me this time. She wasn't dead. She was still alive. There was nothing more delightful than this. Even if she hated him and didn't want to see him again, it didn't matter. The people in the prince's mansion realized that their master's mood had inexplicably improved. The emperor's body could not take it anymore. His body had been hollowed out by wine and women all these years. After a serious illness, his entire body collapsed. Crown Prince Yuan Rui quickly took control of the court. Chapter 657. Beat him to death. He stole food. Beat him. In this magnificent palace of the Ming Kingdom, there was no lack of such a place. A group of 7 or 8-year-old children dressed in gorgeous clothes were surrounding a child of the same age, punching and kicking him. And the reason was that this child had secretly taken a pastry that the second prince used to feed fish. The child who stole the pastry was Yuan Rui. From the moment he was born, he lived in the cold palace. His mother was a crazy woman, and the only normal person was an old nanny who took care of him. That nanny told him that his mother used to be the emperor's most favored concubine. Because she was framed, even though she was pregnant, she was sent to the cold palace by the emperor who hated her. And he, who was born in the cold palace, was naturally not a noble prince. His life was even more humble than most of the servants. Those eunuchs and palace maids, at least, did not have to worry about not having enough to eat or wear. Since he was young, he had been taught by nannies that he should be one of the most noble people in the world. He was a prince, and he was above others. When he was being beaten, he looked at the second prince, who was wearing a jeweled necklace and watching casually. This idea of being above others became clearer than ever. He began to work hard. There were no famous teachers in the cold palace to teach him, so he secretly begged those soft-hearted palace maids to bring him books. Then, the old nanny who could read a few words would teach him to read under the dim oil lamp. She could not do it during the day, because during the day, the nanny had to go to the laundry bureau to work. When he grew up, he went to get a set of eunuch clothes. Every time he went to the upper study room, he stood outside and listened to the grand tutor's teachings to the princes. Anyway, he was a forgotten prince, and no one recognized him. Later, it seemed that the Empress Dowager was seriously ill. In order to pray for her, the emperor pardoned the world, and he, a prince in the cold palace, finally came out. Then, little by little, he gave up his dignity, put down his face, and put down his everything. Step by step, from a prince who had nothing, he gradually put his name in front of the emperor. Then, he began to take on some tasks that were neither light nor heavy. Later, there was the virtuous king. Unfortunately, by the time he had the power to control the life and death of others, his mother couldn't hold on any longer and had been left in that empty palace forever. Even the old nanny, who had placed all her hopes on him, did not live to see the day she could enjoy her life. He had always been alone. Therefore, he regarded the emperor's favor as very important. He knew that if he wanted to climb higher, he had to understand the emperor's intentions. That night at the banquet, the drunk emperor looked at the bright moon in the sky and muttered to himself, "I am the emperor, and I am rich in the world. But in the end, I can't ask for a peerless beauty. It is a regret in my life." He kept these words in mind and secretly began to search for those beauties. In the beginning, he went to the Yun residence only because the eldest miss of their family, Yun Chuqing, was known as the #1 beauty of the Ming kingdom. But unexpectedly, there was an unexpected harvest. He watched as the immortal-like woman took form within the flower. When she looked over, it was as if 10,000 flowers had bloomed. He knew that he had found the person. She was a peerless beauty capable of causing the downfall of a city. However, he did not expect that she would also be able to topple his heart. Chapter 658. During the winter, the emperor's illness was already beyond cure. Yuan Rui was covered in a thick cloak, and beside him were palace servants holding an umbrella. His heart ailment had never been cured. Yun Chuqing was sent back to the Yun family after the spring hunt. A woman who had been reprimanded by the emperor naturally had no way to enter the imperial family, even if it was only as a side consort. Even families with a little bit of status were unwilling to have a daughter-in-law who had been reprimanded by the emperor and almost became the crown prince's side consort. In the end, she only married the second wife of a person who had passed the imperial examinations. Yuan Rui returned to the prince's estate. Although he was already the crown prince, he spent most of his time in the virtuous prince's estate, or rather, in the small courtyard where she used to live. In fact, even he himself felt that his actions were extremely pretentious. He had pushed her away with his own hands. Now that she had really left, he had to act like a saint of love. He stood in the middle of the courtyard with his eyes closed. He tilted his head as if he was listening to some sound. She used to love sitting in this place and playing the zither. He acted like this, imagining that she was still here. Then, he was caught off guard by the sudden pain in his heart and fainted. "Your Highness is suffering from a heart ailment. This old official is powerless." In a daze, he heard such a conversation. Then, his personal servant complained about the imperial physician's incompetence. Later, he fell asleep again in a daze. When he woke up, he found that the people around him all had worried expressions. "What's wrong?" He faintly guessed that this was related to him. His personal servant's face was pale. "The imperial physician said that your heart ailment has never been encountered before. I'm afraid it can't be cured." Yuan Rui laughed. "Life and death are predestined. There's no need to force it." The emperor, who had been addicted to sensual pleasures for a long time, didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a bit of fatherly love for this son who had always been easy to deal with. He personally came to see his sick son and even offered a large reward, announcing to the world that as long as the crown prince's illness could be cured, there would be a great reward. Unfortunately, wave after wave of divine doctors came and went, but the crown prince's body rapidly deteriorated day after day. Until one day, an old divine doctor with a white beard and wide sleeves entered the prince's estate. "Your Highness, are you suffering because of love?" The white-bearded old man pondered for a while and said this. Yuan Rui's expression changed slightly as he coughed twice. "Godly doctor, you must be joking." The white-bearded miracle doctor didn't pursue the matter when he saw that Luo Yunyang didn't admit it. Instead, he said slowly, "Your Highness's body can't be treated using ordinary methods." In other words, there was a way. Yuan Rui's attendant's eyes lit up. He respectfully asked, "Does the godly doctor have a way?" The white-bearded old man shook his head and said when everyone was disappointed, "I can't do anything. I just happened to come across an incomplete medical book in the past, and it just so happened that it recorded the treatment method for this kind of heart disease. I need to find a flower king that is over 10,000 years old, take its flower heart, and boil it into a medicinal juice. Only then can I cure it." However, he didn't know if he could find a 10,000-year-old flower king anywhere in the world. The white-bearded old man left. He couldn't treat this illness, so naturally, he wouldn't stay here. The attendant couldn't help but grumble, I don't know where this old man came from, but he's so weird. What does he mean by 10,000-year-old womanizer? This is simply unheard of. Yuan Rui thought of a certain figure. He secretly smiled. In this life, it would be difficult for him to see her again. Chapter 659. Yuan Rui grew weaker day by day. In the end, he couldn't even sit up. He could only lie on the bed, emaciated and on the verge of death. Everyone felt that he couldn't live anymore. The ministers in the imperial court were even thinking that they should write a memorial to suggest who would be better after the crown prince passed away. Today, the weather was very good. For the first time, Yuan Rui was much more spirited. He even ordered his personal servants to help him up and walk around the courtyard. The servant's heart trembled, as if he sensed something. He didn't dare to say anything. According to the crown prince's orders, he put on a thick fox fur coat and helped him to the courtyard. Of course, it was still the courtyard that Yuan Rui didn't allow others to set foot in. No one had lived here for a long time, but it was still clean and tidy. In the past, when Yuan Rui was in good health, he would personally come here every 2 days to clean it. Now that he was in bad health, he had ordered his trusted subordinates to come and clean it on time. Those who had once given him ideas were now filled with regret. If they had known that their master cared so much about that person, why would they have come up with such a rotten idea? Now, it was all good. Their yearning had come true, but their master's appearance, what was the point? Yuan Rui sat alone in the courtyard for an entire day. He didn't touch the food that the servants brought up. Gu Xingyin was actually here. She used a technique to hide her figure and sat on a tall branch of the largest tree in the courtyard. She silently looked at Yuan Rui, who was so thin that he didn't even look human. She sat on the tree and watched for as long as he sat there. The system couldn't stand it anymore. Host, he looks so pitiful. Gu Xingyin revealed a slightly cold smile. If Yulan was just a normal person, or if it was just Yulan and not me, she would have died in the palace long ago. How could she see this scene of deep affection? She admitted that Yuan Rui looked quite pitiful like this, but what was that saying again? A pitiful person must have a hateful side. The things he did, this degree of repayment was not enough. In this world, she didn't plan on letting him live so easily. Can one be forgiven if one repents after doing something wrong? Most of the time, the person who could forgive him would not wait for him to repent. Your deep feelings came too late. She glanced at the person sitting there one last time before her figure flashed and disappeared. Yuan Rui seemed to have sensed something and suddenly raised his head to look in the direction she had been staring at. However, other than the rustling of the leaves in the wind, there was nothing else. After returning, Yuan Rui fell into a coma. No matter how hard the imperial physicians tried, they couldn't wake him up. Everyone knew that the crown prince was at the end of his rope. The Ministry of Rites was already preparing for the funeral, just waiting for them to take their last breath. Yuan Rui was muddle-headed, but he knew in his heart that he was about to leave. His only thought now was to see that girl again and tell her that he had let her down. He didn't ask for her forgiveness, he just wanted to tell her that he regretted it. Perhaps it was heaven's mercy that he really saw her. In the silent darkness, it was as if she stepped on light and appeared in his world. Chapter 660. Host, are you really going to do this? The host's heart was a bit distressed. This was too cruel. Gu Xingyin nodded. System, remember this. The highest level of torment is never torment the body. System, it suddenly misses the time when it was just born, when it was the host with a face full of innocence and confusion. Yuan Rui stood up. He was in a dark space, surrounded by thick darkness. The only source of light was Gu Xingyin, who was standing in front of him. He couldn't help but smile. Am I hallucinating, or are you finally willing to see me? Gu Xingyin was still the same as he remembered. She looked at Yuan Rui with undisguised hatred. I hate you, Yuan Rui. Yuan Rui didn't find it strange. Instead, he nodded in agreement. I did something so wrong. You should hate me. He suddenly became affectionate. He stared at Gu Xingyin without blinking. He was afraid that if he lost focus, she would disappear. It looks like the heavens haven't been unkind to me. Right now, the only thing I want is to see you before I die. I want to tell you that I'm sorry. Gu Xingyin looked at him silently. Suddenly, she said, you won't die. She suddenly smiled and looked at Yuan Rui. I hate you. I want to end your life with my own hands. But when I found out that you were about to die. She held her chest with one hand. Here, it really hurts. Yuan Rui's eyes trembled. He seemed to understand something. His voice was trembling. He said to Gu Xingyin, Yulan, listen. I, Yuan Rui, am where I am today. It's all because of my own actions. I deserve it. I'm sorry. I was so good to you, but it was all fake. I know. Gu Xingyin looked at him quietly. She smiled and smiled until tears fell. I know you're just using me. I hate you to the core, but I still can't bear to see you die. So, Yuan Rui, you have to live on well. She said faintly. In front of Yuan Rui, the hand that was covering his chest, without hesitation, plunged deep into his chest. There was no blood spurting out, but a fist-sized white flower appeared in her hand. That flower looked exactly the same as it did before she transformed into a human form. No. No, Yulan. Yuan Rui tried his best to approach and stop her, but he realized that he couldn't move at all. His tears flowed out and his eyes were bloodshot. He watched as the white flower turned into specks of white starlight and flew towards him before disappearing into his body. His body, which had always been weak and powerless, suddenly became filled with strength, as if he had been reborn. But Yuan Rui couldn't care less about that. He watched helplessly as the person in front of him's black hair turned white inch by inch from the roots. Her face also turned from rosy to pale white. It was so white that it was almost transparent. He didn't know when his body could move again. He desperately wanted to approach her, but he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could never reach her. Goodbye, Yuan Rui. She whispered to him. Yuan Rui's eyes suddenly opened. Your Highness, you're awake. The heavens are really protecting my Ming country. Chapter 661. Yuan Rui didn't pay attention to the imperial physicians kneeling on the ground. He quickly got up and wanted to leave, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped. That's right, he wanted to find her, but where could he find her? He stopped an attendant and asked him what had happened recently. The attendant said with some excitement, when you came back that day, you fell into a coma. You didn't wake up for 7 days and 7 nights. Even the imperial physicians said you. But this morning, a strange fragrance suddenly came from our palace. All the flowers in the capital bloomed and your breathing gradually stabilized. It was winter right now. Everyone said that His Highness the Crown Prince would definitely be a wise ruler. The heavens couldn't bear to see him leave this world and specially sent a vision to bring him back from the dead. Only Yuan Rui knew that there was no miracle. He thought of her appearance when her fine black hair turned to ash and his heart trembled. The Ming Kingdom's imperial court exploded. What was the reason? The Crown Prince, who had just been rumored to be a god, actually wrote a memorial in the main hall. He said that when he was about to die, he received advice from an immortal and luckily came back to life. Since then, he had been enlightened and felt that this mortal world was no longer suitable for him. He earnestly requested that his position as Crown Prince be abolished and he be allowed to wander the world. Everyone thought that His Highness the Crown Prince had gone crazy. He didn't want the position of Crown Prince that was already in his hands. Seeing that the Emperor was terminally ill, he would soon become the ruler of the world. The ones who couldn't accept this the most were Yuan Rui's confidants. They knew best how much effort their master had put in for everything. Now that everything was in front of them, they could reach out and take it. He didn't want it and he didn't want it. Yuan Rui smiled faintly. I've already found something that fascinates me more than power. Those people didn't know about Gu Xingyin's matter. They thought in their hearts, could it be that His Highness the Crown Prince really was seriously ill and his entire person had transcended? Of course, the Emperor didn't agree. Emperors were superstitious. After Yuan Rui's illness caused a vision, he firmly believed that his son wasn't ordinary and would be able to properly inherit the throne. Yuan Rui disappeared. The Crown Prince didn't go to court for several days. The reason was that he needed to properly rest. However, after several days passed, the Emperor became suspicious. He sent people to investigate and found that the Crown Prince had already disappeared. In the capital of Ming Kingdom, there was one less Crown Prince. In the sparsely populated mountain forest, there was one more solitary young master. Yuan Rui had a general understanding of the habits of flowers and plants. He had always known that although Gu Xingyin liked the liveliness of the human world, in essence, she preferred a quiet place with many of her own kind. Furthermore, Yuan Rui remembered seeing her appearance in his dream. With her appearance, she probably wouldn't go to a place where humans gathered, right? In fact, he had an even scarier guess in his heart. Could she have already? But he had never touched this part. He had always told himself that he owed her so much. She would definitely not be satisfied if she hadn't gotten it all back from him. In fact, his guess was not wrong. Gu Xingyin came to a valley near the border of the Ming Kingdom that almost no one had set foot in. Her health wasn't particularly bad. Originally, as a plant body, Yulan would definitely not be able to survive after losing her flower heart. The Elven Queen's nature magic from the previous world saved her. However, even though she had survived, her immortal body had been destroyed, and she had less than a tenth of her magic left. Right now, she was not much different from an ordinary human woman. In fact, her body was even weaker than theirs. Chapter 662. Host, how do you feel? The system asked. Gu Xingyin smiled. Not bad. She used what little strength she had left to build a very beautiful treehouse in this small valley. Although her immortal body was no longer there, this body's instinctive closeness to animals and plants was still there. Every day, a sika deer or a few little monkeys would bring her fresh fruits or sweet nectar. For Gu Xingyin, these things were enough to satisfy this body. How are Yun Chuqing and Yuan Rui? She still hadn't forgotten about these two. One was her mission target, and the other was her lover who needed to be properly trained. Yun Chuqing married that high scholar. Because of her beauty, that high scholar was completely obedient to her. Yuan Rui gave up his position as the crown prince and has been looking for you all this time, the system replied. He actually gave up his position as the crown prince? Gu Xingyin was a little surprised. She knew how deep that person's obsession with power was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally given her to the emperor. Yet, when it was so easy to get, he gave it up. She really didn't know whether to call him sentimental or stupid. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have waited until now. Gu Xingyin couldn't help but sigh. The system continued, there is a saying in the human world that is very widespread, only after losing something does one know how to cherish it. Gu Xingyin didn't say anything. The system suddenly asked, Host, do you plan to meet him? Gu Xingyin replied, Of course I will meet him, but not now. Let him slowly search for me for a while. As for Yun Chuqing, she had the system keep an eye on her. Let's wait until this body recovers a little. The current her was really too weak. Even walking a few steps would make her feel extremely weak. She told those little animals not to look for her for the time being, then closed her eyes and began to cultivate. However, even she herself didn't know that this seclusion took 2 years. Gu Xingyin was woken up by the system. Such a coincidence. The system told her that the two people she had been paying attention to had actually come to this valley together. Relying on her family's wealth, Yun Chuqing got her husband a job outside the country. This time, the two of them set off together to take up the post. Unexpectedly, the roads here were complicated, and they got lost. Somehow, they ended up in this valley. As for Yuan Rui, in these 2 years, he had traveled to almost every place in the Ming Kingdom. When he came to this place and asked around, a hunter told him that this place had a very beautiful valley. There were all kinds of strange flowers and plants inside, but at the same time, there were many ferocious beasts inside. Normally, they wouldn't dare to enter. He had been to dozens of such places, if not 100. However, this time, he had an inexplicable feeling that Yulan might be here. This was not the first time he had such a feeling. Every time he went to a new place, he would have infinite hope that she would be there, but in reality, he was disappointed every time. The so-called feeling was nothing more than a way to comfort himself. He was afraid that if he didn't even have this little bit of hope, he really wouldn't have the motivation to continue walking. Yun Chuqing and the others came a little earlier. After getting lost, they had been walking for an entire morning. When the coachman saw that it seemed to be very quiet and safe, he took the initiative and drove the carriage to the valley, preparing to rest for a while and find some water to drink. Yun Chuqing and her husband also came down to take a breather. This place is quite interesting, Yun Chuqing said in amazement. She swept her eyes around and saw the tree house that was obviously built by man. Chapter 663. She couldn't help but feel nervous. It was hard not to be suspicious of a house like this in a place where there was obviously no sign of human habitation. She told her husband about it. When the high scholar heard this, his expression changed. For scholars like him, when he was young, he had read a lot of stories about monsters and monsters in the forest. Every single one of them would appear in his mind. "Why don't we leave quickly?" he said to Yun Chuqing. Yun Chuqing also felt that this place was strange and nodded. However, at this moment, a few deer cries came from a corner not far away. A white figure sitting on a sika deer slowly walked toward them. That person had a head full of silver hair, but he was unbelievably young and had an astonishingly beautiful face. Coupled with his pure white clothes and the sika deer beneath him, it was hard not to think of something in such an environment. Yun Chuqing's expression changed immediately. However, her expression changed not because she thought of something bad, but because that face was too familiar. She would never forget who it was that had caused her to fall into such a predicament with just a few words. It was impossible to say that she didn't feel wronged after marrying such a useless man with no backing. Yun Chuqing couldn't sleep at night countless times, secretly hating her bad luck and fate. Similarly, the hatred in her heart towards Li Jiayu, who had caused her to become like this, could be imagined. If that woman hadn't died long ago, she probably wouldn't have been willing to leave the capital of Ming country so easily. When she suddenly saw the woman on the sika deer, she forgot to be afraid and screamed, "Li Jiayu?" The white-haired woman had an indifferent expression. Her skin was so pale that it was almost transparent, and coupled with her white hair, she didn't look like a normal human at all. "Who are you people? What are you doing in my valley?" she asked coldly. As soon as she spoke, her unfamiliar tone made Yun Chuqing come back to her senses. That's right, Li Jiayu had died long ago. She took a blow for the emperor and died on the spot. Because of a big fire, not even a complete corpse was left behind. At that time, she felt incomparably happy. Yun Chuqing glanced at Gu Xingyin again. That Li Jiayu wasn't as cold as the one in front of her, so cold that she didn't seem like a real person. While Yun Chuqing was lost in thought, the man beside her spoke up. Miss, please forgive me. I was just passing by this place with my wife and wanted to see if there was a water source." Yun Chuqing turned her head and looked at the familiar emotions in the man's eyes. That was infatuation and lust. This man had shown such a look to her countless times. Sure enough, no woman with a face like that was good. As Yun Chuqing looked at Gu Xingyin, a malicious thought suddenly appeared in her mind. Outsiders are not welcome here. You can leave. Gu Xingyin was still sitting on without any change in her expression. "Husband," Yun Chuqing suddenly called out to her husband. The man turned his head. She gently leaned over and whispered a few words in his ear. A look of pleasant surprise flashed across the man's face. He looked at her with joy. "Wife, are you serious?" Yun Chuqing sneered in her heart, but her expression was one of deep affection. "This concubine is sincere for you, husband." "Of course I'm serious." Chapter 664. A sense of disgust welled up in Gu Xingyin's heart. "This Yun Chuqing doesn't even know that I'm that Yulan from back then. I have no enmity with her, but she actually has such vicious thoughts about me just because of my appearance." She said to her husband, "Husband, I think that woman is alone in this deep mountain, so I'm afraid she doesn't have any relatives. Why don't we bring her back to the residence and you take her as your wife? I also like having a beautiful sister." That man was also a fool. He had lustful thoughts about Gu Xingyin again. After listening to his wife's words, he actually had some thoughts about it. But in reality, what was Yun Chuqing thinking? She wanted to cut open this seductive face one by one, then send her to a lowly brothel and let her be trampled on by thousands of people. It was exactly the same as in the original plot. Soon, that man put on a righteous face and said to Gu Xingyin, "Miss, there's no one in the valley, so I'm afraid it's very dangerous. I wonder if you're willing to leave this place with us." Gu Xingyin frowned. "I'm not willing. Hurry up and leave this place." That man put on a face that said, "I'm doing this for your sake." He said, "Miss, how can you say that? We have good intentions. This deep mountain forest is very dangerous." Gu Xingyin said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. I won't go with you." Yun Chuqing said, "Then don't blame us for being impolite." She gave a look, and the carriage drivers and guards quietly surrounded Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin sneered in her heart. She was waiting for them to make a move. On the surface, she frowned. "What are you doing?" Yun Chuqing said with a smile, "Please come with us, Mississippi." The Sika deer under Gu Xingyin kicked its hooves uneasily. Obviously, the approaching humans made it very uneasy. Gu Xingyin lowered her head and patted it twice to comfort it. She looked at the person who walked in and took out a small bamboo flute from her sleeve. She put it to her mouth and blew it. Melodious music echoed throughout the valley. Yuan Rui, who was outside, also heard the sound of the flute. There was someone in the valley. He didn't know why, but this knowledge made him excited, and he hurriedly walked towards the valley. On the other side, when Yun Chuqing heard Gu Xingyin play the flute, for some reason, she suddenly panicked. She said loudly, "Hurry up and catch him. Let's leave as soon as possible. This place is a bit strange." "Yes, madam." The coachman was an old servant of the Yun family. He wanted to show off his skills in front of the madam, so he ran the fastest. Just as his hand was about to touch Gu Xingyin, a heart-shaking roar rang out, causing everyone to tremble. Immediately after, the coachman felt a strong force on his back, slapping him to the side. Pfft! He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Everyone looked at the huge creature that appeared in front of Gu Xingyin in horror. How can there be a dumb insect?" Yun Chuqing's husband said in panic. The dumb insect was standing beside Gu Xingyin. When the Sika deer saw it, it wasn't afraid at all. "This woman. She's not human, right?" Yun Chuqing's husband said with a trembling voice. "How could a normal person be with a dumb insect?" Yun Chuqing was also a bit scared, but she still said, "Don't be afraid. We have many people, and we have weapons. It's just a dumb insect, don't be afraid." Just as she finished speaking, a gust of wind blew past. She felt pain on her face, and something warm flowed down. It was blood. Chapter 665. She screamed all of a sudden. Yun Chuqing covered her face and raised her head. She saw the culprit just now. It was a small white monkey. When it saw her looking over, it proudly stretched out its hand and waved it at her. There was even a trace of blood on its sharp nails. Clearly, it was this that had scratched her face just now. "Damned beast!" Yun Chuqing cursed in a shrill voice. She said to the people around her, "Go and catch that little beast. I want to skin it and pull out its tendons." However, no one moved. Yun Chuqing's clothes were carefully tugged. Her husband gestured for her to look to the side. Yun Chuqing raised her head, and the scene in front of her made her scalp tingle. She didn't know when, but the rebellious forest, the open space, and even behind them were densely packed with all kinds of animals. Not only were there ferocious beasts like bugs, but there were also poisonous creatures like snakes. Yun Chuqing even saw a few little rabbits. Only now did she realize that she was afraid. She secretly hated herself for losing her cool when she saw this face. This girl lived alone in such a place, so it was obvious that she was not an ordinary person. How could they easily provoke her? From the looks of it, this person, who knew what kind of monster she was. She forced a smile. "This is all a misunderstanding. Since you're unwilling to leave with us, we naturally won't force you." Gu Xingyin only said coldly, "Get out of here immediately." Yun Chuqing's husband immediately nodded. Okay. Let these return. We'll leave immediately." Gu Xingyin stretched out her hand and waved it. The animals behind them neatly retreated to the sides. Their eyes were still fixed on them, as if they were staring at prey in front of their mouths. They didn't dare to delay any longer and hurriedly left in the carriage. "Husband, are we going to leave just like that?" Yun Chuqing covered her face. She didn't know what was going on there. Even after using medicine, the bleeding still couldn't be stopped. Naturally, she was extremely unwilling in her heart. Her husband unyieldingly said, "What else do you want to do? Become food in the mouths of those ferocious beasts?" Yun Chuqing opened her mouth and said indignantly, "We can report this to the authorities, stop it." Her husband suddenly said angrily, "Don't make trouble all day long." He was also afraid in his heart. In that situation just now, the slightest carelessness would have caused all of them to die there. It was all because of this woman who was used to causing trouble. Otherwise, why would he be so worried? "How dare you scold me? Zhang Yuan, have you forgotten who was the one who paid for this position? How dare you be so fierce to me?" Yun Chuqing was stunned for a moment before she suddenly cried out. Zhang Yuan's face darkened when he heard this. As a man, no matter how soft-hearted he was, using his wife's family's influence to buy a vacancy would tarnish his reputation. "You! This is simply unreasonable." He felt that he really couldn't stand this woman anymore. With a cold snort, he lifted the curtain and left. There were horses outside. "Miss, if you say that about the son-in-law." Yun Chuqing's servant girl was a little uneasy. "Humph. Did I say something wrong? If it weren't for my Yun family, he would still be that worthless trash," Yun Chuqing said coldly. This scene was faithfully reported to Gu Xingyin by the system. Gu Xingyin retracted her gaze. Very good, the seeds of suspicion and discord had been planted. She didn't need to take action for the following matter. Those two people could court death by themselves. Chapter 666. All she did was let the little white monkey grab a type of fruit. Yun Chuqing's face would never recover. That man was the most mentally unstable. A small chaos spell could make him change into a different person without a sound. She got the animals to leave and got off the Sika deer herself. "Thank you for your hard work, little deer. Go back quickly." The little deer reluctantly rubbed itself against her body for a while before finally letting go of her. "Yulan." A voice that was trembling with excitement rang out not far away. Yuan Rui had been here for a while. Unlike Yun Chuqing, he knew at first glance that Gu Xingyin was his Yulan. He watched as she sent those people away in a few moves. The current Yulan was very different from the past. Gu Xingyin frowned, her expression still cold. "Who are you?" Without waiting for Yuan Rui to speak, she continued, "Outsiders are not welcome here. Leave immediately." That unfamiliar look made Yuan Rui's heart ache. He smiled. "Yulan, I know you hate me, but please don't pretend not to know me. He would rather she hate him for the rest of her life than let her not want to have a past between the two of them. Gu Xingyin said coldly, I'm not the Yulan you speak of. If you don't leave, you'll have to bear the consequences. Yuan Rui looked at her pale and translucent skin and long white hair. The guilt and pain in his heart could not be stopped. He would never forget who it was that had brought this to her. Are you okay? He asked. Gu Xingyin looked at him in confusion and did not say anything. The large insect from before walked out again and growled at Yuan Rui in a low voice, full of warning. Yuan Rui did not want to have a conflict with her, so he could only say helplessly, okay. If you let me leave, I'll leave. Don't be angry. After saying that, he really turned and left. Gu Xingyin felt that he was not someone who would give up so easily. Sure enough, the system told her that Yuan Rui had built a small bamboo house outside the valley. He planned to stay there for a long time. Host, what do you plan to do? The system asked. Gu Xingyin was drinking a cup of sweet nectar. She was in a good mood as she greeted the little fellow who brought her something. What do you mean? We'll leave once we've completed our mission, she said calmly. Anyway, as long as Yun Chuqing wasn't doing well, her mission was basically completed. As for Yulan herself, no one could say that she wasn't living a good life in such a valley as she lived like an immortal. The system immediately understood. She didn't want to bother with the person outside at all. The system was a little conflicted, but it still advised, looking at him, it's obvious that he's deeply in love with the host, and he knows he's wrong. Gu Xingyin looked at the system with a faint smile. What benefits did he give you? Or, what is his identity that makes you speak so well of him? The system immediately chose to shut up. Yuan Rui really did live outside. He would often take a stroll in the valley, and then take the initiative to leave when he crossed the line drawn by the people inside. In fact, he did it on purpose. He just wanted to see her often. He had long stopped expecting that person to forgive him. Being able to see her often and see her lively face looking at him was already the greatest fortune in his life. Chapter 667. In the blink of an eye, it was the time when spring flowers were blooming. This was the season when flowers bloomed and all plants loved it the most, but it became Gu Xingyin's most painful time. Because she had lost her heart of a flower. Even if nature magic could save her life, it would not be able to restore her heart. On this day, Yuanru came to the valley as usual. He quietly stood there, waiting for that person to appear and use a cold and unfamiliar tone to drive him away. He knew that his method was very shameless, but there was no other way. He could only use this method to see her. But no one came. He waited for a long time. Normally, she would have already appeared at this time. Yuanru thought in his heart. Could it be that she was already tired of him and didn't even want to see him? No, that couldn't be right. She didn't know him right now, so she shouldn't be so heartless. He suddenly had a bad premonition as he walked towards the treehouse not far away. 2 years passed. He knew that she lived here, but he had never come this close because she didn't allow it. With a light jump, he stood firmly on a thick branch. There was a green snake coiled up on the branch. When it saw this uninvited guest, it coldly spat out its tongue, warning him not to come close. Yuanru gently flicked his hand and the snake seemed to have been hit by something invisible. It was dizzy and almost fell from the tree. It could only tightly wrap its body around the branch. Yuanru didn't look at it and directly pushed it away. This house was built very delicately. It could be seen that she was living a good life here. Yuanru came to this conclusion. But in the next second, the scene in front of him made him completely overturn this conclusion. That person was curled up on the bed with her brows tightly knitted. Looking carefully, there was even cold sweat on her forehead. It was clear that she was in great pain. What was going on? Yuanru didn't have time to think about it. He quickly walked to the bed and reached out to touch her forehead. So cold. Yulan. Yulan. He softly called out. He had never hated himself so much before. He didn't even know what he could do to ease her pain. He could only quietly sit with her on the side. Pain. She was still murmuring. She didn't say anything else but this one sentence. Yuan Rui looked at her hand tightly covering her chest, and suddenly understood something in his heart. A huge sense of guilt drowned him. He had long known that in order to save his life, she had lost her heart. It was impossible for her to not pay the price. Looking at her hair turning white in an instant, one could tell how great the price she had to pay was. But knowing was one thing. Seeing her in such pain with his own eyes, Yuan Rui's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Why are you so stupid? A person like him deserved to die. It wasn't worth her doing anything. By the time Gu Xingyin regained her consciousness, several days had already passed. She immediately sensed that someone was in the room. The only human in this valley was Yuan Rui. Who allowed you to come in? She looked at him coldly and defensively. Yuan Rui laughed. Yulan, are you still going to pretend that you don't know me? Gu Xingyin was silent. She knew that Yuan Rui had seen her in pain. Even if he didn't see it, this man had never doubted that she was Yulan. Chapter 668. So what if I know you? So what if I don't know you? Get out of this place right now. Her tone was filled with undisguised disgust. She didn't deny it. Yulan, are you really not going to give me a chance to make it up to you? Yuan Rui felt a little sad. Sure. Unexpectedly, Gu Xingyin nodded. Yuan Rui's eyes lit up. Gu Xingyin turned to look at him. I feel uncomfortable when I see you. If you leave this place far away and never appear in front of me again, I'll forgive you. Yuan Rui's gaze dimmed. He knew it couldn't be that simple. Impossible, Yulan. He looked at her. My only wish now is to see you more while I'm alive. If I never see you again, I'd rather you never forgive me. Then get out. Gu Xingyin forced herself to cast a spell. Yuan Rui only felt his vision darken, and he inexplicably appeared outside the valley. This method was simply unfathomable. He sighed with emotion. He knew that Yulan was probably in a fit of anger right now, so he didn't plan to provoke her. Gu Xingyin was really forcing herself to hold on. She had just endured that torture and was now at her weakest, yet she still forced herself to cast a spell. As soon as Yuan Rui's body disappeared, she collapsed. System. The system knew what she meant and said, Yun Chuqing's face is already ruined, and her temper is getting worse. Her husband has gained a foothold in the new place and is no longer so respectful to her. Now, he even took a courtesan sent by a subordinate as his concubine. Yun Chuqing has been arguing with him for a long time. Gu Xingyin nodded. Now that things had turned out like this, there was probably no hope for Yun Chuqing in this lifetime. System, my mission is considered complete, right? The system knew what she meant and lit a candle for a certain man in its heart. The host can choose to leave this world. The original character will leave behind a clone and live according to the host's wishes. Alright, after I left, she didn't recognize Yuan Rui anymore. She went to a faraway place where no one could find her. She spent her days in the mountains and forests alone, without any disasters or worries. Gu Xingyin described the rest of Yulan's life. This was probably the life that the original Yulan wanted the most, right? System, extract me from this world. Gu Xingyin's heart was calm as he waited for the familiar feeling to appear in his soul. Yuan Rui obediently waited outside the valley for several days without disturbing her. He wanted to wait for her to cool down a little before going to see her. He even thought that if he continued to stay by her side like this, would he be able to obtain her true forgiveness at the end of his life? However, he never thought that when he entered the valley again, it would really become an empty valley. The treehouse was still there, but the person inside was no longer there. He stood in the empty treehouse and finally understood a fact: that person really hated him to the core, and her heart was cold towards him. There was not a trace of falsehood in her words, I don't want to see you. You should never appear in front of me again. He raised his hand to cover his face. The sunlight was a little dazzling, and a transparent liquid slid down his face. Chapter 669. Host, do you want to choose a random skill from any world? Yes. Gu Xingyin was speechless as she looked at the random ability that the system gave her. It was actually Yulan's mind-reading ability. She looked at the world she was in and said decisively, "Can I choose not to?" The system flashed white. Yes. Gu Xingyin chose not to. What a joke. She had mind-reading ability in the previous world, but she could control it. It was up to her whether she wanted to listen or not. In this world, an ordinary human girl with such a skill would definitely be annoyed to death. Just think about it. Gu Xingyin met all kinds of people every day, and all kinds of strange psychological activities sounded in her mind. This was simply unbearable. Let's transfer the plot. Gu Xingyin accepted the plot while sizing up her surroundings. She was in a very clean small room. There was a desk against the wall with a small lamp on it. All kinds of books and learning materials were piled up. The owner of the room was obviously still a student. The room was very cozy and looked very comfortable. At a glance, she didn't see any valuable items. Obviously, the situation in this house could only be considered average. Coincidentally, the memory transfer was completed. The original owner, Qinyu, was a high school student. Her parents were ordinary workers, and she had an elder sister who was 2 years older than her. She didn't live very happily in this family. Her parents obviously favored their elder daughter. They seemed to only have some obligations to their younger daughter this year: send her to school, provide for her food and clothes, and don't think too much about the rest. When Qinyu was young, she felt very wronged and upset. But as she gradually grew up, she gradually saw through it. She didn't hate them because they brought her into this world and raised her for so many years. This was a huge favor. They didn't owe her anything. Instead, she owed them a lot. She even thought that in the future, she would definitely choose a university far away from home and work to earn her living expenses. She would be far away from them and wouldn't be an eyesore. In the future, she would give them money for their retirement every month to repay their kindness. As for kinship, sorry, after more than 10 years of coldness and neglect, she didn't believe in this anymore. She had planned everything well, but she didn't expect that one thing would completely change her life. That day, when she came home from school, she saw 2 people sitting in her house who were dressed in clothes that clearly did not belong to this place. Her parents, on the other hand, were standing by her side in a reserved manner. The noblewoman was very excited when she saw her. She pulled her aside and said a lot of words. She probably meant that she was their daughter and that the doctor had mistakenly taken her away from the hospital more than 10 years ago. Looking at the evasive look of her parents, she sneered in her heart. Did the hospital really make a mistake? Just like what was mentioned in the idol drama, she had a very handsome biological brother and a pair of powerful and influential parents. She should have been a real proud daughter of heaven. This incident was exposed because the girl who was supposed to replace her got into a car accident. During the blood transfusion, the doctor reported her blood type, which made the couple realize that something was wrong. In the end, they investigated the hospital where the baby was delivered back then, and only then did they discover the mistake back then. That girl was called Song Tian, a very proud little princess. Compared to Qinyu, who had suddenly arrived, she seemed more like a member of this family. Chapter 670. Song Tian was supposed to be sent back to the An family, but the Song family's parents took pity on her leg, so they allowed her to continue living in the Song family. She could let the An family's parents visit her and only return home after her injury had healed. Mr. and Mrs. Song had good intentions. They thought about how much they loved Qinyu and felt guilty about it. They thought that Mr. and Mrs. An missed Song Tian very much. However, in Song Tian's eyes, the couple who had raised her from a young age had finally found their biological daughter. As an adopted daughter, she was just an extra. She didn't want to go back to the Song family at all. Mr. and Mrs. Song's monthly salary wasn't even enough for her to buy a pair of shoes. She couldn't accept that she wasn't the daughter of a rich family, but the daughter of an ordinary family. She didn't even want to see Mr. and Mrs. N. She had been the daughter of the Song family since she was a child. Why did everything change after a car accident? If only everything could go back to how it used to be. If only. And Chinyu didn't exist. She lost her mind because of this. This thought became clear in her mind and she made a final decision. She found someone to arrange a car accident. That boy had always liked her. He liked her so much that he was willing to sacrifice his own life. He drove his own car and ran a red light, knocking in Chinyu who was crossing the road. Now that Chinyu was dead, the boy had to bear all the responsibility. However, he was just a high school student. How could he withstand a professional interrogation? Mr. and Mrs. Song didn't expect that their biological daughter would be faced with such a tragedy. Mrs. Song fainted on the spot. When she woke up, she didn't want to see Song Tian again. Song Tian paid the price for what she had done, but Chinyu would never come back. Gu Xingyin came back to her senses and checked the time. It was time for school. She cleaned up and found that the living room was empty. In the Yin family, she would never have breakfast prepared for her. It was a little cold outside. Gu Xingyin couldn't help but wrap her jacket tighter around herself. She went to the best high school in the city and the tuition was extremely expensive. And Chinyu was able to attend this school because she was the top student in her class. She had scored full marks in almost every subject in the middle school entrance exam. The school had waived all her tuition fees and even gave her a large scholarship. Since they didn't need to spend their own money, father and mother didn't say much. If Gu Xingyin remembered correctly, Song Tian actually went to this school as well, but the two of them had never interacted before. The Song family's upbringing was very strict. Papa Song and Mama Song weren't like other families that let their children go to those private aristocratic schools. But even so, what Song Tian was wearing was definitely not a brand that an ordinary high school student could afford. She bought a cup of soy milk and 2 buns and ate them as she walked. Tian, what are you looking at? Song Tian came back to her senses. Seeing that her friend was calling her, she smiled and said, nothing. I just thought that the girl looked familiar. Her friend glanced at Gu Xingyin's back and said with a smile, oh, she's Chinyu. She's the top student in our school. She's the winner of the first-class scholarship every year. Song Tian glanced at the girl and felt that she looked a lot like her mother from the side. But her mother didn't have any relatives with the surname and judging from her shabby appearance, she couldn't be her mother's relative. Song Tian didn't think much of it and walked towards the classroom. Chapter 671. Chinyu grew up in a poor family, so she had a cold personality. However, there were rarely any grudges between the students. At most, her classmates just thought that the girl with the best grades and the prettiest girl in the class was a little aloof. She had a few friends in the class who she could talk to, but none of them were close friends. There were 2 tables of girls gossiping in front of her. Did you see Song Tian from the 5th class today? I saw the watch on her wrist in a magazine 2 days ago. What's so strange about that? Which item on that young lady's body isn't branded? One of the girls said enviously, her family is so rich. I see her being chauffeured to school every day. Gu Xingyin shook her head and smiled. It was no wonder. How could a spoiled little princess like her endure the life of an ordinary person? After a day of studying, Gu Xingyin went home. As soon as she opened the door with her key, she heard the noise in the living room and the aroma of stewed soup coming from the kitchen. Gu Xingyin knew that the eldest daughter of the family, Chinchi, was back. As soon as she entered the house, there was a strange silence in the room. Then, Chinchi, who was sitting on the sofa, spoke first. Yu, you're back. Are you hungry? Mom made some soup. It smells so good. Chinchi was the only person in the Yin family who would call Chinyu Yu. She was also the only one who cared about her younger sister. Gu Xingyin had a good impression of her. Gu Xingyin smiled at her older sister. Then, she ignored the couple who pretended not to see her and went back to her room without looking back. After she entered the room, Mrs. N turned around and scolded, "Look at her. What's with her attitude? Did I give birth to her to collect a debt?" And Qinqi had been spoiled since she was a child, so she was bold with her words. She said to her mother, "Mom, don't scold Yu. You two are too biased. If you didn't go overboard, she wouldn't be like this now." She was also puzzled. "You like me so much, and you don't favor boys over girls. Why can't you treat Yu better? Could it be that she was adopted?" Mother Anne's face changed and she pretended to be angry. "You child, what nonsense are you talking about? Alright, alright, alright. I'll go check if the soup is ready." At the dining table, Gu Xingyin consciously sat at the furthest corner. "Come on, Chi-Chi, have some soup." Mrs. N scooped a bowl of soup and handed it to Qinqi. "You must be having a hard time at school. It's not easy for you to come back, so you must nourish yourself well." And Qinqi was studying in a university in the city next door and she would only come back once every few months. Sometimes, she would even come back for a semester. And Qinqi winked at her mother, who understood her daughter's intention. Although she was reluctant, she didn't want to disappoint her eldest daughter. She took out a bowl and scooped some soup for Gu Xingyin. "And Qinyu, have some soup." Gu Xingyin glanced at it and took it in silence. She politely thanked her mother. In the evening, Gu Xingyin went back to her room after dinner. Not long after, Qinqi pushed the door open and walked in. "Sister." Gu Xingyin put down the pen in her hand and called out to her with a smile. Qinqi was slightly shaken. She joked, "Yu, if you go to university in the future, there will be a lot of boys chasing after you." Her younger sister didn't look like her parents. Everyone in the N family had ordinary looks, and Qinqi was considered pretty and cute. However, Qinyu had fair skin and exquisite features. She didn't look like she was born with the genes of the N family. Chapter 672. Qinqi had also secretly thought about the plots of novels and dramas when she was a child. However, when she grew up, she realized that she was overthinking things. How could such coincidences happen in real life? Her younger sister might have inherited the best genes of the N family. Gu Xingyin smiled and didn't say anything. Qinqi took out a small box. "I brought you a present." Gu Xingyin took it. It was a bottle of eye drops. The words on it were written in German. "I heard from my classmate that this is very good for preventing myopia. You're studying hard in high school now. Don't overwork your eyes," Qinqi said. Gu Xingyin felt a surge of warmth in her heart. In the 16 years of Qinyu's life, she was the only one who treated her sincerely. "Oh, right." Qinqi looked a little conflicted. "Don't worry too much about our parents." She couldn't say that her parents treated her the same way. She couldn't even say that her parents loved her. Father N and Mother N's hearts were so biased that they couldn't be any more biased. Gu Xingyin smiled faintly. "Don't worry, sis. I'm fine. When I go to university in the future, I'll fill in a place further away and come back once a semester." Qinqi looked a little sad. "Yu, don't be like this." Gu Xingyin took her hand. "Sis, we both know that Dad and Mom don't like me. If I go far away, I'll be happy to relax for them." Qinqi didn't say anything in the end. She just sighed and told Gu Xingyin not to think too much. Then, she left. Qinqi only stayed at home for 4 days before she went back to school. Gu Xingyin personally went to the airport to see her off. On the way back, Gu Xingyin sensed something and turned around to take a look. Not far away, a young man in a black trench coat was standing there and looking at her. His eyebrows and eyes were very good-looking, and he was extremely handsome. It was rare to see such a good-looking person on the big screen. Gu Xingyin even saw a few young girls secretly taking out their phones to take pictures of him. She knew who he was. Song Yi was supposed to be this body's biological brother. But now, they were just strangers. Gu Xingyin only took a glance before she turned her head back and walked towards the exit. However, her heart was far from being as calm as it appeared on the surface. System, what's going on? How could he be my biological brother? What kind of development was this? The system remained silent for a long time, which was rare. Finally, it replied, I don't know. Gu Xingyin, could it be that he wanted her to be a considerate little sister to make up for the harm she had done to him in the previous world? Gu Xingyin said that she couldn't do it at all. Song Yi would never be able to marry and have children normally. Gu Xingyin could not tolerate her lover being with another woman, even if he had no memories of her. However, it was also impossible for her to be with him. After experiencing so many human worlds, Gu Xingyin, who already had basic human morals and ethics, could not accept such a thing. Her heart was in a mess, but she still walked forward calmly on the surface. Song Yi looked at the girl's back until she completely walked away and disappeared. She looked like his mother. This was the first impression he had when he first saw her. It wasn't that their facial features were too similar. It was just that when she lowered her head subconsciously or smiled, they looked 30% alike. Song Yi frowned and pondered for a while. In the end, he didn't come up with any conclusions, so he turned around and left. Chapter 673. Gu Xingyin went to look for Mr. and Mrs. An after she got home. You're moving out? Mrs. An was a little surprised. Yes. Gu Xingyin said softly, I plan to rent a single room next to the school. That way, I won't have to waste too much time going to and from school. I can also save some time to study. Of course, she couldn't say that they hated each other, but she had to find a reasonable excuse. She looked at Mrs. N's expression and added, my scholarship is enough to rent a room. As expected, Mrs. N agreed without much hesitation when she heard that she didn't need to pay for it. At night, in the bedroom of the N family, Mr. N's voice was a little hesitant. Yu Feng, aren't we a little too harsh on Qinyu? After all, we've raised her for so many years. This relationship isn't any worse than our biological relationship. Mrs. N's voice was cold. She's not my Qinyu. You've said it yourself. We've raised her for more than 10 years. We've fed and clothed her. We've done everything that should be done for her. Mr. N sighed and didn't refute his wife. He had always felt guilty towards Qinyu. She was supposed to be the daughter of a rich family and was brought to their house. He and his wife had never given her the love and care of her family. He wanted to make it up to her, but every time he brought it up, Yu Feng would get angry. Over time, he didn't bring it up anymore. The next day happened to be the monthly break. Gu Xingyin didn't hesitate to carry her luggage and move out. After school, she carried her school bag and saw Song Yi at the school gate again. This time, he drove. Gu Xingyin watched Song Tian happily get into the car. Obviously, he was here to pick up his sister. Two girls beside her said enviously, Tian said that he's her brother. He's so handsome. Her biological brother is picking her up from school. I'm so envious. When Song Yi closed the car door, he saw Gu Xingyin standing at the school gate. For some reason, he felt that the girl gave him a different feeling from the others. He asked casually, is that girl also from your school? Song Tian curiously followed his gaze and saw that it was Gu Xingyin. She nodded and said, she's in Qinyu, the top student in our grade. As soon as she finished speaking, she realized that something was amiss. Why was her brother suddenly interested in her? Oh. Song Tian dragged out her words and looked at Song Yi. Brother, you can't have taken a fancy to her because she's pretty, right? Hearing this, Song Yi chuckled. Don't talk nonsense. Your classmate is still so young. Song Tian stuck out her tongue and did not say anything else. Although the two of them were biological siblings, Song Yi had been studying abroad all year round, so the two of them didn't spend much time together. She wanted to get close to him, but she always felt that this elder brother had a sense of distance when facing everyone, including herself. The two of them weren't as close as others thought. However, she still muttered softly, "I heard that her family is very ordinary. That's because Chinyu's parents don't like her. Her parents haven't even attended a single parent meeting." This was all the gossip that the people around her had told her. When Song Yi heard this, he thought of that girl's faint smile and frowned slightly. Would there be parents who didn't like their own daughter? Moreover, she was such an outstanding and beautiful daughter. Chapter 674. Time passed in the blink of an eye. It was almost time for Song Tian to get into a car accident. As expected, not long after Gu Xingyin arrived at school, she heard her classmates discussing this matter. "I heard it's a girl from the 5th class, it's that Song Tian who's said to be from a rich family." Gu Xingyin opened the book and read slowly, pretending that the gossip did not exist. Her classmates also spontaneously stopped gossiping around her. Speaking of which, it was strange. This top student in the class looked thin and small, but as long as she sat there without putting on any expression, she would naturally give off a feeling that strangers should not get close to her. Some people even joked in private that this was the aura of a top student. Ordinary people like them wouldn't understand it. Gu Xingyin raised her head slightly, and her mind went blank for a second. Song Tian was in a car accident, so the Song family should be coming soon. It was the power of money. It had been less than a month since the news of Song Tian's car accident spread. On this day, when Gu Xingyin returned home, she saw a middle-aged man and woman in front of her rented apartment. Although they were middle-aged, the couple looked very young. Judging from their faces, they looked to be in their 30s. Seeing Gu Xingyin, the woman's eyes immediately turned red. Are you Chinyu?" Gu Xingyin looked at them warily and didn't open the door. "Who are you?" The man calmed down and said gently, "We're your parents, friends. We're here to see you." Gu Xingyin became even more vigilant. "Liar. My parents don't have any friends who know about me." She was right. Ever since she was a child, the couple only brought their eldest daughter with them when they went out to socialize. Some of their friends didn't even know that they had two daughters. Hearing Gu Xingyin's words, the couple's expressions were a little pained. When they investigated what happened back then, of course, they also investigated the family. They found out clearly how the couple had treated their youngest daughter all these years. Their daughter, who should have been the apple of their eye, had actually been ignored by another family for 16 years as if she was invisible. The woman finally burst into tears. I'm your mother. I'm your biological mother." The man felt that this girl was too calm. He was afraid that she wouldn't believe them so easily. Sure enough, Gu Xingyin just looked at the two of them strangely, and then quickly took out her mobile phone. She bought it with her scholarship, and the family didn't care about this kind of thing at all. "I don't know who you are. You suddenly appeared at my door and said such inexplicable words. Hurry up and leave, or I will call the police," Gu Xingyin said. However, the man saw that her hand that was holding the phone was trembling slightly. Obviously, this girl was not as calm as she looked on the surface. She was very scared. After all, he was only a 16-year-old child. No matter how precocious he was, how mature could he be? The man's heart softened, but at the same time, he hated the couple. Letting a teenage girl live alone outside, aren't they afraid that she will be in danger? What kind of parents are they? She is so precocious because no one has ever planned for her, right? Chapter 675. He said softly, "Don't be nervous. We're really not bad people." Gu Xingyin choked. No bad person would write that word on their face. Papa Song was speechless. He felt that this girl was unexpectedly cute. He smiled and said, "I'll call your parents now and see if it's convenient for them to come over." He really dialed Papa An's number in front of Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin's familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Papa Song chatted with him briefly before the two hung up. Gu Xingyin heard it clearly. Papa An said that he would rush over with his wife soon. Papa Song looked at Gu Xingyin. Now you believe that we're not bad people, right? Gu Xingyin was silent for a moment. She apologized to the two of them, then took out the key to open the door and let them in. Gu Xingyin was just a student after all. She rented a very ordinary single room. After putting a bed and a desk in the room, there was no extra space at all. Now that there were two adults, it was very crowded. However, although the room was small, Gu Xingyin kept it very clean. Even the not-so-white walls were pasted with warm stickers. When Mama Song entered the room and saw this scene, the tears that she held back with difficulty fell again. What kind of life had her daughter been living all these years? Gu Xingyin took out two stackable plastic stools from under the bed and put them next to the two of them. She was a little embarrassed. I only have this kind of stools here. Papa Song and Mama Song hurriedly said that they didn't mind. She went to get a pot of water and used disposable plastic cups to pour water for the two of them. Mama Song held the plain water and looked at Gu Xingyin in a daze. She didn't know what she was thinking. Papa Song was calm. He could see that Gu Xingyin was a little restrained and nervous. He just kept asking her some small questions with a smile, such as whether she was used to living alone, if she had any problems with her studies, and so on. Gu Xingyin answered slowly, and he relaxed a little. Papa Song and Mama Song looked at her. Although this child didn't like to talk much, she was very polite and well-behaved in front of the elders. Someone knocked on the door again. According to the phone call just now, it should be the couple who came this time. Gu Xingyin went to open the door. As expected, it was Papa Song and Mama Song. Mama Song and Mama Song began to ask Gu Xingyin when she saw Papa Song. "Calm, did they ask you any strange questions? You didn't talk nonsense, did you?" Ahem. Father An coughed heavily, and Mother An closed her mouth. Mr. and Mrs. Song, who were standing in the room, didn't look too good. Mama's is a mother and T's a mother's daughter. One could only imagine what kind of life Qin you had been living all these years. It was obviously very crowded in the small room with 4 adults. Papa Song suggested that they go out and talk. He deliberately turned around and said to Gu Xingyin, "You, Papa. Uncle wants to talk to you. Can you come with us?" Gu Xingyin nodded, and the few of them went to the nearest tea house and asked for a private room. After sitting down, Papa Song noticed that Gu Xingyin had chosen a seat far away from Papa Song and Mama Song. She was as cold as she was when they first met. It was obvious that she didn't have a good relationship with Papa Song and Mama Song. Chapter 676. Mr. Song began to briefly explain what he had found out. After he finished, Mrs. An was the first to react. "That's impossible. Qin Yu is my daughter. How could there be a mistake?" If Mr. Song hadn't investigated her attitude towards Qin Yu over the years and witnessed how she treated his daughter with his own eyes, he might have believed her words. "I've already checked the information of the two families. My wife gave birth in the same hospital as you, so we can't rule out the possibility that there's a mistake," Mr. Song said patiently. Before they came to Gu Xingyin's place, they had actually gone to see Mr. and Mrs. An, but they had immediately turned hostile and chased them out when they heard that it was about the child. Mrs. An only said coldly, "That's impossible." Her repeated refusal to cooperate was infuriating. Mrs. Song flew into a rage on the spot. "It's not up to you to decide whether or not it's possible. You can tell who Qin Yu resembles at a glance. Do you dare to let Qin Yu do a paternity test with us?" Mrs. An retorted, "Who knows who you are? Do you think Qin Yu will agree to do a DNA test just because you want it? I'm telling you, I won't agree to it." Mr. and Mrs. Song had obviously never seen such an unreasonable person. Mrs. Song was so angry that her body trembled. Mr. Song's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Shouldn't a normal person's first reaction be to find out the truth after hearing what he said? After all, if there really was a mistake, it would mean that their biological daughter had been separated from them for so many years. How could they not be curious and anxious at all? How could they be so sure that it was impossible? Moreover, it would be fine if Mr. and Mrs. N cherished their daughter like a treasure, but they clearly didn't like Chinyu at all. Why were they obstructing her? Could it be that there was something fishy about this matter? If that was the case, the DNA test had to be done. He ignored Mrs. N and turned to Gu Xingyin. Chinyu, you heard my conversation with Mr. N just now. I really want to find my biological daughter. I'm afraid that she's not living a good life out there. Are you willing to do the DNA test with me? Gu Xingyin was a little hesitant. Any 16-year-old girl who encountered such a situation would probably be in a mess. Before Chinyu could say anything, Mrs. N scolded her. And Chinyu, your father and I have been providing you with food and clothes all these years. Have we ever mistreated you? Now, you're actually listening to the nonsense of two people who came out of nowhere and want to do a paternity test. Are you trying to anger your father and me to death? Why are you so fierce? Mrs. Song stood up and stood in front of Gu Xingyin. She's only a 16-year-old child. Is this how you treat your daughter? Mother rolled her eyes. I'm disciplining my own daughter. It's none of your business. You. Mama Song still wanted to say something, but Gu Xingyin interrupted her. I'm willing. Gu Xingyin's voice was not very loud, but it was very firm. I'm willing to do a paternity test with you, she said word by word. Mrs. N was stunned for a moment before she exploded. And Chinyu, you ingrate. I've raised you for so many years for nothing, Mom. Gu Xingyin stood quietly at the side with a calm expression. Tell me honestly, after all these years, have you really treated me as your daughter? Chapter 677. Her words were clear and light, but there seemed to be an indescribable magic, which made Mother N unconsciously shut her mouth. Ah, Mother N, when I was a child, you bought the latest toys for my sister, bought beautiful dolls, and took her to the amusement park to play. But what about me? You didn't even care if it fit me or not. You just bought 5 or 6 sets of new clothes, and that was all the new clothes I had for that year. Not to mention taking me out to play. I always remember that when I was in the 5th grade of primary school, an aunt from your company came to our house to play. When she saw me, she said, "Is this your child?" I always thought that Chinchi was the only child in your family. When I was a child, I secretly cried and wondered if you didn't like me because I wasn't as good as my sister. But later, I understood that no matter how good I was, you still wouldn't like me. I've always wanted to ask why. If you really didn't like me, why did you give birth to me in the first place? I've also thought about it. Is it possible that I was really picked up or adopted? Is that why you don't like me so much? No matter what the truth is, I'm willing to accompany these 2 uncles and aunties to do a DNA test today. It's not that I really don't think I'm your daughter, but I feel that they really care about the biological daughter that they missed out on. I wish that they can find her soon. I don't want there to be another child like me in this world who suffers such unfair treatment. As for you, anyway, you don't like me so much. I'll do one more thing to make you unhappy. It'll just make you hate me more. She finished this sentence without changing her expression and showed a faint smile to Mrs. Song, who had already burst into tears. Auntie, let's go. Mrs. Song finally couldn't help but hold her in her arms. Chinyu, you're a good child. They don't know how to cherish you. Gu Xingyin's eyes were also a little wet. She said that she didn't care and didn't take it to heart, but it was just because no one had ever cared about her. Tears were the most precious in front of people who cared about her. Gu Xingyin forced herself to hold back the tears in her eyes. She smiled and said, I know. I've always been outstanding. They didn't treat me well. It's their loss to lose such an outstanding daughter. Mrs. Song also wiped her tears and took Gu Xingyin's hand out of the door. Whether you are my daughter or not, from today on, I will treat you as my daughter. The three of them stood up and walked out of the door, completely ignoring the family's parents who were sitting on the side in a daze. The test results are out. The doctor in the white coat handed a document to Father Song. Even though they already knew the answer in their hearts, when they saw the number, Father and Mother Song were so excited that their eyes turned red again. Mrs. Song looked at Gu Xingyin, who was standing at the side in a daze. With tears in her eyes, she smiled and said, "Yu, my child, are you willing to call me mommy?" Gu Xingyin was still in a daze. She did not expect that her childhood suspicions were all true. They didn't like her not because she was bad, and it wasn't because she had an older sister. It was because she wasn't their daughter at all. A huge sour feeling overwhelmed her heart. She finally couldn't help but cry out loud. Chapter 678. When the Song family placed the information in front of the An's parents, they finally shut their mouths. Mrs. An was still unwilling to give up. She stared at Gu Xingyin and said, "Yu, your father and I have never mistreated you all these years, have we? Now that you've found your biological parents, don't you want your father and I who have raised you for so many years? You'd better shut up." Mrs. Song finally couldn't stand it anymore. She was well educated, but in front of such a shameless woman, she couldn't hold it in. "What do you mean by we haven't mistreated you? Do you mean we haven't mistreated you when we gave you a meal? I'll give you a sum of money as compensation for taking care of Qinyu all these years. As for the rest, I don't want to say more." She would treat her daughter well in the palm of her hand. People like them wouldn't have the right to trample on her. Ever since Gu Xingyin found out about that matter, he had become much quieter. Mr. and Mrs. Song also understood her and didn't force her to call them parents. It was already a pleasant surprise for them that she agreed to go back to the Song family with them. It was Gu Xingyin's first time to visit the Song family's house. "Yu, this will be your home from now on. I've already tidied up a room for you. Your father and I bought everything personally. Let me take you to have a look now." Mrs. Song held Gu Xingyin's hand and walked upstairs as if she was showing off a treasure. Opening the door, Gu Xingyin saw a beautiful room. This was the room that all teenage girls yearned for. There was a big princess bed, piled up with plush toys that were bigger than a person. There were all kinds of exquisite and beautiful jewelry on the dressing table, and the wardrobe was full of the new products of the season from major brands. "Do you like it?" Mrs. Song looked at her expectantly. How could she not like it? Gu Xingyin's eyes suddenly turned red. She whispered, "Thank you, Mom." Mrs. Song almost suspected that she was hallucinating. She asked in a trembling voice, Yu, what did you call me just now? Can you call me again?" Gu Xingyin called her mom with tears in her eyes. Then, Mrs. Song hugged her with the same red eyes. "Good, my good daughter." Gu Xingyin hugged her waist tightly and whispered, "No one has ever been so nice to me." Her voice was very soft. She thought that Mrs. Song wouldn't be able to hear her, but in fact, she did. Mrs. Song sniffled and held back the tears that were about to fall. After a long time, she let go of Gu Xingyin. "Look at me. I was so focused on bringing you up that I forgot that it's almost time to eat. You must be hungry, right? I've already instructed Sister Lin to prepare the meal." When she went downstairs with Gu Xingyin, the Song family was already sitting at the dining table. Other than Father Song, there was also Song Yi, as well as Song Tian, who was recuperating at home. When Song Yi saw Gu Xingyin, he was surprised. "So it's her." His parents had already told him about his younger sister. He knew that Song Tian wasn't his younger sister. It seemed that the girl in front of him, who looked a little like his mother, was his real younger sister. Song Tian's feelings were very complicated. Not long after she was discharged from the hospital, Mrs. Song and her husband discussed for half the night. In the end, they chose to confess to her. She wasn't their daughter. When she was born, the hospital gave her to the wrong person. But after all, the Song family had raised her for so many years. They still had feelings for her. Mrs. Song said that she would always treat Song Tian as her daughter. But Song Tian didn't expect that the person she replaced was Chinyu. Chapter 679. Mrs. Song pulled Gu Xingyin to sit beside her. During dinner, Mrs. Song personally scooped rice for her and asked her what dishes she liked to eat. Song Tian watched as her parents circled around Gu Xingyin. She couldn't vent her anger no matter how hard she tried. She suddenly screamed, attracting the attention of Mrs. Song, who was scooping soup for Gu Xingyin. Mrs. Song looked at Song Tian in surprise. Tian, what's wrong? Tears welled up in Song Tian's eyes. She said pitifully, my leg suddenly hurt. This wasn't a small matter. Mr. Song quickly called the family doctor in charge of Song Tian and asked him to come over and take a look. Mrs. Song also comforted her. Once again, Song Tian experienced the feeling of being surrounded by everyone. She secretly and proudly glanced at her. Her eyes were full of power. Look, so what if you're our biological daughter? I'm the one who's loved the most. Gu Xingyin was stunned for a moment. Then, she lowered her head and ate her meal as usual. Suddenly, a drumstick was placed in her bowl. Gu Xingyin looked up. It was Song Yi. Don't always eat vegetables. It's not nutritious. Song Yi had a faint smile on his face. He saw all of Song Tian's little tricks. He didn't like it, but he didn't want to expose her in front of his parents. Gu Xingyin smiled at him. Song Tian's mood, which had just improved, became gloomy again. Song Yi's brother had been studying overseas. They didn't spend much time together, and their relationship was only faint. Song Yi treated her more like an older brother's responsibility to his younger sister. He didn't even put food in her bowl. Unlike Song Tian's gloominess, Mr. and Mrs. Song were more relieved to see this. Their eldest son rarely got close to others. Even with Song Tian, he was always indifferent. They were worried that he wouldn't get along well with Yu. Now, it seemed like they worried too much. Putting aside this interlude, the meal was quite harmonious. Gu Xingyin adapted very quickly to this new family. Gu Xingyin's father and mother always felt that they had mistreated this daughter. They always wanted to give her all the good things. Gu Xingyin seemed to be a little unaccustomed to this kind of enthusiasm, but every time, she would accept it with a smile. This made her parents feel gratified and touched. It was a rest day. As soon as Gu Xingyin came downstairs, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. The hall was filled with all kinds of colored lights and decorations. The most eye-catching thing was a huge birthday cake on the big table in the middle. Everyone in the Song family stood there and looked at her. Mama Song smiled at her and said, Yu, happy birthday. Gu Xingyin's expression changed from confusion to joy. In Chinyu's memory, there was nothing about birthdays. That couple in the family was willing to swap their 2 newborn children for the Song family's wealth. This was enough to show how selfish they were. How could they spend so much effort on Chinyu, who wasn't related to them by blood? Looking at Chinyu's blank expression, Song Tian felt a little disdainful. So what if Chinyu was the top student in the grade? She still looked like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. What a disgrace. Gu Xingyin's face suddenly broke into a smile. It wasn't the usual faint smile, but a happy smile from the bottom of her heart. She walked briskly downstairs and hugged Mr. and Mrs. Song. Mom, Dad, thank you. I'm very happy. Chapter 680. Then, she walked to Song Yi's side. Brother, can I give you a hug? She asked. Mr. and Mrs. Song were a little nervous. Although their eldest son looked gentle, he didn't like to be close to others. He didn't even hug Song Tian when he was young. What if he rejected Yu and made her feel bad? However, they worried too much. Song Yi didn't know why, but when he saw the girl looking at him with her dark eyes, he felt that he couldn't reject her. He opened his arms to her. Gu Xingyin jumped into his arms happily. Smelling the light lotus fragrance, Gu Xingyin was very satisfied. Even though they couldn't be lovers, it felt good to be a younger sister who was doted on by her brother. Song Tian sat in the wheelchair and watched her brother and Enchinyu hug each other. She clenched the wheelchair so hard that her fingernails left marks on it. She would never forget how she acted like a spoiled child and asked her brother to hug her when she was young. However, she had always been like a fish in water in front of her parents, but her brother rejected her time and time again. Back then, she could sense that although her brother didn't dislike her, they weren't very close either. She thought it was because of his personality. After all, her brother was so gentle and polite even to her parents. But why? Why would he put food in Enchinyu's bowl and hug her? Was it because she was his biological sister? She had been his sister for more than 10 years. In his eyes, she couldn't compare to a so-called biological sister, whom he had only known for a few days. Tian Tian. Song Tian was brought back to reality by Gu Xingyin's voice. So she was the only one left. She wanted to hug her. Song Tian looked at her coldly. She didn't like Enchinyu from the bottom of her heart. If it weren't for Enchinyu, she wouldn't have had such an accident in her life. Enchinyu must hate her too. Song Tian took away her status as the heiress of the family, but she still pretended to be so friendly. It was disgusting. I don't want to give you a fake hug. Enchinyu, I don't like you. Song Tian had been spoiled by the Song family since she was young. She never cared about other people's feelings when she spoke. Anyway, her parents would always listen to her. But this time, she miscalculated. Song Tian, what are you talking about? Papa Song's complexion turned somewhat ugly. He looked at Yu and then at Song Tian. He really felt that he had spoiled Song Tian all these years. Where's your upbringing? Is that what I taught you since you were young? Mama Song also had a look of disapproval on her face. Gu Xingyin stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. Song Tian felt wronged after being scolded by Papa Song. She yelled, "It's true. I don't like Enchinyu. Our family was originally fine, but everything changed when she came. Dad, Mom, you don't like me anymore. Is it because I'm not your daughter?" This time, Papa Song was also speechless. This kind of thing was a huge blow to the two children. Tian Tian had been spoiled by them since she was young. She probably couldn't accept that she wasn't the daughter of the Song family. Song Yi immediately looked at Gu Xingyin, who was standing there. After hearing Song Tian's words, the girl was probably the most embarrassed and at a loss. She was supposed to be the little princess of this family, but in Song Tian's words, she became an outsider who ruined her happy life. Chapter 681. She stood there awkwardly, seemingly uneasy because of Song Tian's words. But at that moment, Mr. and Mrs. Song were thinking about how to comfort Tian Tian. No one would have thought that compared to Song Tian, who had always been pampered in this family, the cautious Enchinyu was the one who needed the most protection. Song Yi felt that this girl was the most innocent and pitiful. He didn't know what possessed him, but he couldn't bear to see her sad. Whenever he saw her unhappy, he would feel as if his heart was being pricked by thin needles, and the pain would be long and painful. Gu Xingyin was standing there when she suddenly felt a warmth approaching her. Then, her hand was held. "Dad, Mom, I don't think we can continue with this birthday party. I'll take you out to play," Song Yi said to Mr. and Mrs. Song. Mr. and Mrs. Song looked at their eldest son in surprise. They only realized how hurtful Song Tian's words were when they saw Gu Xingyin's reddened eyes. Go. Have fun." Mrs. Song also felt that it wasn't appropriate for Yu and Tian Tian to be together, so she hurriedly said to her eldest son. Mr. Song wanted to say something, but he looked at Gu Xingyin and sighed in the end. Song Yi held Gu Xingyin's hand all the way until they arrived at the garage. Song Yi then let go of her hand and they got into the car. Song Yi turned sideways and fastened her seatbelt for her. "Thank you, big brother," said Gu Xingyin. Song Yi only felt that hearing the word brother from her mouth made him feel very satisfied. He pretended to be unhappy. If you say that again, I won't be happy. Since you're already calling me big brother, it's only right for a big brother to pamper his little sister. Don't let me hear the word thank you from your mouth again. He looked at the girl in front of him, who had been nervous because of the first half of his sentence, and he couldn't help but smile. Did your family call you Yu in the past? Asked Song Yi. Gu Xingyin shook her head. No, they just called me by my name. Song Yi was silent for a moment. Such a simple sentence was enough to let him know that this girl was not favored in the other family. Then, I'll call you Qin Qin from now on. Only big brother can call you that, he suddenly said. Sure. Gu Xingyin smiled. It felt so good to be cherished and loved by someone. All right, my dear Princess Qin Qin, where do you plan to go today? Song Yi asked with a smile. Gu Xingyin tilted her head and seemed to think for a while. Then, she shook her head. I don't know. I've never been to an amusement park before. When she said this, she was very calm, as if she was talking about something very trivial. Song Yi's heart ached for a moment. He controlled his emotions and said with a smile, then big brother will take you out to play today. He brought Gu Xingyin to the largest amusement park in the city. This place was a sacred place for couples to date, and it was also the favorite place for children. After he parked the car and walked out, he saw Gu Xingyin standing there waiting for him. She was holding 2 big cotton candies in her hands. He couldn't help but smile. This little sister of his looked mature and steady, but in fact, she was still a little girl on the inside. When Gu Xingyin saw him, she smiled and handed him one. Song Yi was surprised. For me. Chapter 682. Gu Xingyin nodded with a smile. When I was young, I used to watch other kids holding cotton candy in their hands at the amusement park. I was always envious of them. But no one took me there and no one bought it for me. When I grew up, I gradually stopped thinking about it. She opened her mouth and took a bite. It was so sweet. I just saw it and suddenly wanted to buy one to try. Song Yi looked at her and suddenly said, actually, I've never eaten cotton candy before. Thank you, Qin Qin. Gu Xingyin was surprised. You've never eaten cotton candy before? Song Yi nodded. He didn't tell her that it was because he was precocious and had no interest in these things that kids liked. That day, Song Yi, who had never been to an amusement park before, accompanied Qin Yu, who had never been to an amusement park before. They played all the rides in the amusement park. When they got home, the sky was already dark. Song Yi received a phone call. He said, yeah, Qin Qin and I are outside. We won't be home for dinner. Don't wait for us. We're still outside. Okay. He hung up the phone. Gu Xingyin asked, was it Mom? Song Yi nodded and turned around. I just told her that we won't be home for dinner. Qin Qin, you won't be mad, right? Gu Xingyin shook her head. After what happened during the day, she wouldn't be happy to see Song Tian. It was better to be outside. Let's go. I'll take you to a place. Gu Xingyin followed Song Yi. He parked the car outside a hotel. The waiter led them to the reserved seats. Gu Xingyin didn't know when he booked a private room. As soon as she opened the door, she covered her mouth in surprise. An exquisite and beautiful cake was quietly placed on the table. The bright red number, 16, was burning faintly. Song Yi led her to sit down. I messed up the birthday party during the day. I can only make it up to you. Time was tight, so I couldn't make it better. Song Yi explained to her. Next year, I'll definitely give Qin Qin a perfect birthday party, he said seriously. Gu Xingyin shook her head and looked at Song Yi with a smile. To me, this is already the most perfect birthday of my life. The birthday party during the day was not just her birthday. She saw clearly that the huge cake had Song Tian's name on it. Now, there was only Qin Yu in the small private room. Her brother, Song Yi, had spent a lot of effort to prepare a birthday celebration for her. She closed her eyes and began to make her wish. Song Yi looked at Gu Xingyin under the candlelight. Her long and curly eyelashes cast a small shadow on her smooth cheeks. Her rosy lips were curved, showing that she was in a good mood. From the first time he saw her, he felt that this girl was beautiful. Now that he knew that she was his sister, he felt that Gu Xingyin was perfect in every way. Gu Xingyin opened her eyes and met Song Yi's focused gaze. His face softened under the candlelight. His pitch-black eyes were filled with gentleness as he looked at her. She couldn't help blushing. It was already very late when the siblings got home. Song Tian had already returned to her room to rest because of her leg injury. Papa Song and Mama Song were waiting for them in the living room. When they saw Gu Xingyin coming back, they both looked apologetic. Chapter 683. They didn't say much. They only asked them if they had a good time today and told them to go and rest. Mr. and Mrs. Song could tell that in their eldest son's heart, this sister who had just returned was much more important than Song Tian. Even when he took Yu out to play today, he was indirectly telling them that he was very dissatisfied with Song Tian. Gu Xingyin went back to her room to take a shower. She came out with her wet hair. Before she could dry her hair, she heard a knock on the door. Mrs. Song opened the door and came in with a plate of milk and fruit. "Why is your hair still wet?" Mrs. Song saw that Gu Xingyin's hair was still dripping with water, so she complained intimately. Gu Xingyin explained instinctively, "I just came out of the shower. I didn't have time to dry it yet." She pointed at the hairdryer she had just found. Mrs. Song walked over to take the hairdryer and asked her to sit down. "Let me do it." Gu Xingyin sat down obediently. She could feel a hand gently holding her hair and fondling it. She probably knew why Mrs. Song was here. They both knew what happened today. The one who had been wronged was Gu Xingyin. Mrs. Song and her daughter didn't think about it for now. They enjoyed this rare moment of warmth. After her hair was dry, Mrs. Song put down the things in her hands and sat down beside Gu Xingyin. "Yu, I know. Tian was unreasonable today. You've been wronged," Mrs. Song said. Gu Xingyin lowered her head and didn't say anything. She didn't know how to reply. It was impossible to say that she wasn't angry or wronged. Song Tian disliked her for disturbing her life. She didn't even blame her for taking away the life that should have been hers. However, she couldn't say those words in front of Mrs. Song. And Qinyu wasn't Song Tian. Unlike her, and Qinyu didn't grow up in such a carefree family. And Qinyu couldn't complain so impulsively and directly. How could Mama Song not know that her daughter wasn't feeling good? She sighed and reached out to hug Gu Xingyin. "I have already discussed it with your father. When Tiantian's leg is healed, we will send her back to her own home. The Yin family must miss their daughter very much." Gu Xingyin lay quietly and obediently in her arms. After a long time, she finally gave a soft hum. The Song parents seemed to have told Song Tian the news. Gu Xingyin didn't see Song Tian with her own eyes, but she heard that she threw a huge tantrum and cried, saying that she didn't want to leave the Song family. However, Father and Mother Song were determined this time. Although they couldn't bear to part with their daughters, they knew that with both of their daughters in the Song family, there were some conflicts that couldn't be resolved. Both were flesh and blood, but if Father and Mother Song had to choose, their biological daughter, who had grown up outside and had never experienced the slightest bit of familial warmth, would undoubtedly make them more reluctant to let go. Moreover, the DNA test was already out. They had no reason to let Song Tian continue to stay in the Song family. The Song family had already discussed it with the Yin family. They could visit Song Tian while she was recuperating. They could familiarize themselves with each other. They wouldn't be strangers when Song Tian returned to the Yin family. As for what happened back then, seeing the Yin family's attitude, Mrs. Song and Mr. Song knew that there was something fishy going on. However, they didn't intend to pursue it for Song Tian's sake. This could be considered their last bit of appreciation for Song Tian. Chapter 684. When Gu Xingyin returned to the Song family, it was almost the end of the semester, so the long winter vacation came soon. In the past holidays, Qinyu was very busy. She didn't want to stay at home, so she went out to do some part-time jobs to earn pocket money. This time, she had truly enjoyed a holiday that belonged to her. Song Yi was also at home. He had been studying abroad before. This time, he came back home after graduation and went directly to the Song enterprise to accumulate experience. On this day, Gu Xingyin had just finished breakfast when someone came to visit her. Qinyu. Mrs. An saw Gu Xingyin at first glance, but she didn't dare to recognize her. Was the girl in front of her really the daughter they had raised for more than 10 years? She still looked the same, but there was a big difference when she looked at her carefully. Mrs. An couldn't tell the specific difference. She just felt that she looked like a rich young lady in a TV show. Gu Xingyin kept the smile on her face. My name is Song Qinyu now. As early as the second day after she returned to the Song family, her father transferred her household registration and other information to the Song family. As for the name, he didn't change it after consulting with Gu Xingyin. Mrs. N's face was a little gloomy. She had been looking at the Song family since she came in. Such a luxurious and beautiful villa, and there were even servants and nannies in the house. Her Tian Tian, the name she got from the Song family. She had lived in such a place since childhood, and she was a real rich young lady. But now, her identity as Tian Tian was exposed. The Song family was going to take their biological daughter back. Her daughter was going to go back to her own home. Mrs. An couldn't tell whether she was happy or unhappy at this moment. She was happy because she was going to see her biological daughter who had been separated from her for many years. She was unhappy because she did such a thing in the past, thinking that her daughter could live a good life. But now the truth was found out. Gu Xingyin didn't want to talk more with them. She nodded and went upstairs to her room. Mrs. An and Mrs. An went to Song Tian's room under the guidance of the Song family's nanny. Song Tian was also informed that her biological parents would come to see her. Deep down, she resisted. In her heart, her father was like Father Song, a handsome, mature, and capable man. Her mother was like Mama Song, an elegant, beautiful, and well-maintained lady. She had never met Qinyu's parents, but Song Tian knew that the Qinyu's family wasn't well-to-do. They were just ordinary working-class people. How could they be good? During this period of time, Song Tian had been hating herself. Hating that she was not the flesh and blood of the Song family. Hating that Father Song and Mother Song were so cruel to send her away. Hating that the An family was not a wealthy family like the Song family. She hated Gu Xingyin the most. Without her, she would be the unique little princess of the Song family. Instead of being about to return to that ordinary family, everything would be back to square one. She sat on the bed in a daze as the door opened. Tian Tian. A slightly agitated voice sounded. Song Tian raised her head and looked at the woman in front of her. She had obviously dressed up today, but Song Tian frowned. This woman was wearing new clothes, but they were obviously not branded. The texture was not good either. She had also put on some makeup, but it couldn't hide her old skin. The smell of cheap perfume wafted towards her, making her very uncomfortable. All of this made her feel disgusted. Chapter 685. She asked coldly, "Who are you? Why are you calling me by my name?" Mrs. An didn't expect her daughter to be so cold. She looked at Song Tian who was sitting in the wheelchair with a cold expression. There was a sense of superiority in her eyes, which made her feel uneasy. Mrs. An tugged at the corner of her clothes. After a long time, she said, "Tian Tian, I'm your mother." She looked at her daughter whom she hadn't seen for 16 years. Her eyes turned red. "Mother?" Song Tian seemed to be provoked by this word. She sneered and said, "My mother is the top jewelry designer, Ms. Bai Baoyin." "Who are you?" Mrs. N thought that her daughter didn't know about the mix-up between the two families. She explained anxiously, No. No, you're not the daughter of the Song family. I'm your mother. You and Chinyu were swapped at the hospital. Song Tian hated it when people said that she wasn't the daughter of the Song family. She shouted, Enough. She looked at the two people who were said to be her biological parents and said coldly, Since we were swapped at that time, it means that Chinyu and I are destined to be together. Since it's been wrong for so many years, why don't we just let it be? Why did you come back 16 years later? Mrs. N looked at her in shock. She had thought a lot before she came. She thought that her daughter would be as nervous and excited as she was about to meet her biological parents. She thought that maybe she would feel strange and awkward. She never thought that her daughter would be so repulsed. She didn't even want to acknowledge her and her father. Her heart was a little cold. She looked at Song Tian with a sorrowful gaze and mumbled, But, now the Song family already knows who their real daughter is. Seeing her mention this again, Song Tian felt that this woman was doing it on purpose. She was purposely repeating this matter to tell her that she, Song Tian, was just a sparrow that had flown up to a branch. The 16 years of luxury she had lived was just something she had stolen. Now that the real phoenix was back, she would soon be beaten back to her original state. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She picked up the things beside her and threw them at them. Go away. Go far away. Who's your daughter? I'm Song Tian. I'm the daughter of the Song family. He's not from the N family. Mother N looked at her daughter in disbelief. The disgust and strangeness in her eyes when she looked at her and her husband was so obvious. This child clearly used this kind of behavior to tell them, she hated them. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and cry. Why did it turn out like this? She was her biological daughter. Back then, for her daughter to live a good life, she went against her conscience and did such a thing. But now, she was unwilling to acknowledge them. Mrs. Song, who was outside the door, left quietly. She had heard that the couple was here and was worried that Song Tian would feel awkward with them, so she came over to take a look. However, she did not expect to hear such a conversation. Even though she was unhappy, this couple was still her biological parents. How did Tian become like this? In the room, Father N, who had been silent all this time, suddenly reached out and grabbed his wife. He looked at his daughter with a very strange gaze. Yu Feng, let's go. She wants to be her eldest miss. We can't give her what she wants. As a man, he was not as emotional as his wife. Therefore, he could see things much more clearly than his wife. Chapter 686. Mr. and Mrs. N came with a heart full of expectations, but left with a heart full of disappointment. Before they left, they remembered to say goodbye to the host. Gu Xingyin and Mama Song stood together to receive them. Father N looked at the mother and daughter together. The two of them stood like this, afraid that no one would doubt the relationship between them. Chinyu. He paused for a moment before saying, Dad. Uncle N and Auntie N have let you down all these years. Now that you're back at home, you must be happy. Gu Xingyin smiled politely and looked at her mother. Don't worry. Dad, Mom, and brother are all very good to me. Mama Song didn't like Mr. N's tone. When Yu was in their house, he didn't care much about her. Now that she was back, he stood out to be a good person. She smiled faintly. Yu is my daughter. Her father and I will treat her like a precious treasure. Mr. N, you don't have to worry about her. Mr. N opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He wanted to pull his wife away. But Mama N stood still. She looked at Mama Song and said, What about Tian? Tian has lived in the Song family for so many years. She has long regarded this as her home. Don't you want her? For the first time, Mama Song felt that she couldn't communicate with people. What was this? Now that everyone knew that Song Tian wasn't the daughter of the Song family, did Mama An not want her biological daughter back and wanted to keep her in the Song family? She smiled politely and said, "Now that we know that Tian Tian is your daughter, of course, we can't do anything to separate you. My husband and I have already discussed it. Tian Tian's leg is injured, so it's inconvenient for her to move. When her leg is healed, you can come and take her home." Thinking of her daughter's attitude, Mama An felt that she had to explain things for her daughter. She asked Mama Song sharply, "Are you so heartless? Tian Tian has been raised by you since she was a child. She has long regarded this as her home and you as her biological parents. Now that you've found your daughter, you don't care about family ties and abandon her." Mama Song was speechless. Her good upbringing prevented her from swearing. She was so angry that she trembled. There was actually such a shameless person in this world. What kind of logic was this? Sending her back to her biological parents, this is called not caring about kinship and being heartless? Her hands suddenly felt warm. Gu Xingyin was holding her hand. Gu Xingyin looked coldly at Mother An, who seemed to be very indignant, and said, "Auntie An, you're wrong. I've been raised by you for 16 years, but I've never felt any familial warmth from you. When I wanted to go back to the Song family, I didn't see any reluctance on your face. As for Song Tian, you've only just found out about her existence, yet you're already thinking so wholeheartedly for her. It can be seen that the kinship of blood is not something that can be offset by the kindness of raising her. In my opinion, only when she returns to the An family can she enjoy your deepest kinship." Mrs. An was rendered speechless by An Qinyu's words. She had never liked An Qinyu. Now that An Qinyu had rebutted her, she subconsciously wanted to scold An Qinyu. Father An pulled her back. "That's enough, don't make a fool of yourself here." Even he couldn't bear to listen to what his wife had just said. Didn't he see that the expressions of the Song family's mother and daughter had changed? Chapter 687. Mother An still didn't want to give up, but Father An pulled her out of the door with an ashen face. Mother Song was so angry that she sat on the sofa alone, sulking. Gu Xingyin poured her a glass of water. "Mom, don't be angry." Mother Song held the glass, the warmth of her palm warming her heart. She looked at her obedient daughter in front of her and couldn't help but feel pity in her heart. Her Yu grew up in such a family. "Yu, Mom and Dad are sorry," she said softly. She was sorry because she didn't find out the truth all these years, and also because she and her husband owed their daughter for the decision they made today. Mother An's behavior today showed that she was very concerned about Song Tian's biological daughter. This made Mother Song know that her and her husband's guess was probably right. What happened back then wasn't necessarily a mistake by the hospital. Mother An's treatment of Yu was very likely because she had always known that she wasn't the An family's daughter. She loved this daughter very much, but now she had to choose not to know the truth for the sake of another child she had raised since she was young. If they chose to sue, what would happen to Tian Tian in the future? They would send Song Tian back to the An family and treat Yu even better in the future. By the end of the summer vacation, Song Tian's leg was almost healed. Father and Mother Song ignored her crying and pestering and sent her back to the An family. Father and Mother Song were indeed not used to losing a child they had watched grow up in the family, but there was also something that made them very happy. Their eldest son, Song Yi, had a very good relationship with Yu. He and Song Tian had been siblings for 16 years, but in terms of closeness, he couldn't even compare to Yu, who he had only known for 2 months. Even Father and Mother Song couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this was really fate and fate. Gu Xingyin and Song Yi's relationship was indeed very good. During this summer vacation, Gu Xingyin thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being spoiled by her brother. Song Yi had already taken her to all the fun places around the area. "Brother, you'll spoil me like this." She pouted and acted coquettishly when they returned home that day. This was a side that only appeared in front of Song Yi. Normally, Gu Xingyin was reserved and cold. Even in front of Father and Mother Song, she was more like an obedient and sensible beast. Only in front of Song Yi would she reveal her girlish side. This made Song Yi very happy. He felt that he was the most important person in his little sister's heart. He reached out his hand and gently patted Gu Xingyin on the top of her head. So what if I spoil you? Big brother will take care of you for the rest of your life. He was 1.8 meters tall. Gu Xingyin, who was 1.6 meters tall, looked very petite when she stood in front of him. Hearing this, Gu Xingyin was silent for a moment. She said softly, if Big Brother has a girl he likes in the future, the one he dotes on the most will not be me. Song Yi was stunned for a moment, but he quickly smiled and said, that won't happen. I promise that the one I like the most will be Qin Qin. She didn't say that she wouldn't fall in love with someone else. Gu Xingyin felt unhappy. She expressed that she was a little emotional. She snorted and said, it doesn't matter if Big Brother has a girl he likes in the future. In any case, there will be someone who will like me in the future. He will dote on me more than Big Brother. She had to admit that she was a petty person. She had said those words on purpose to anger him. As expected, when he heard this, Song Yi's face darkened. Chapter 688. The space in the car was very small, and Gu Xingyin could clearly feel the low pressure coming from Song Yi. She didn't seem to understand why this man was suddenly unhappy. Brother, what's wrong? The word, brother, woke Song Yi up. Yes, he was her brother. She would meet another man in the future, and that man would be responsible for holding her hand and accompanying her in the future. He wouldn't be in her future. When he thought of this possibility, Song Yi felt as if there was a fire burning in his heart, giving him the urge to destroy something. How could this be possible? Song Yi felt that something was wrong with him. He always thought that he only doted on Qin Qin as an older brother, but today, he was enlightened by her words. This kind of possessiveness was abnormally strong. It was far from being as simple as an older brother to his younger sister. He returned to his previous gentle self and smiled at Gu Xingyin. It's nothing. Qin Qin, don't say such things in the future. Seeing that he recovered so quickly, Gu Xingyin snorted softly and didn't say anything. Song Yi had calmed down on the surface, but his heart was still in turmoil. He needed some time to figure out what kind of feelings he had for his younger sister. He used to complain and feel conflicted, but now he was incomparably glad that he had come to this family. Soon, it was time for school to reopen. Gu Xingyin was in her second year of high school. They hadn't seen each other for only one holiday, but her classmates were surprised to find that the straight-A student in Qinyu was completely different from before. No, and Qinyu. Her name on her homework book had changed to Song Qinyu. She wore branded clothes that made them envious. She even had a personal chauffeur to drive her to and from school every day. Some people even saw many times that the person who picked her up was a very handsome man. That man didn't look like a student, so some scheming people secretly guessed that she might have been taken advantage of by a rich man because of her beauty. Until someone recognized that the very young and handsome man was Song Tian's older brother, who was very rich in school. Song Tian used to be very high profile in school, so there were many people who paid attention to her. Soon, a piece of news spread in the school. It turned out that in Qinyu, the straight-A student, wasn't slept with by a rich man. She was the real rich man's daughter. When they were born, the hospital mistook them for each other. Song Tian was raised by the Song family as their daughter for more than 10 years, while in Qinyu, the heiress of the Song family, lived an ordinary life for more than 10 years. What a melodramatic plot. The students who heard the truth all expressed, I thought that this kind of plot could only be seen in TV dramas for rich families. I didn't expect it to actually happen in real life. Sure enough, art came from life. This was the truth. Now the truth was out. And Qinyu had become Song Qinyu. She had returned to the Song family and lived the life of a rich heiress. Many people were enlightened. No wonder Qinyu usually didn't like to talk. Even if she was just sitting there calmly, she still had an aura that made people not dare to disturb her. This was her innate temperament. Since the real young mistress of the Song family had returned, then what about Song Tian? Everyone's attention was on Song Tian, the fake miss. Chapter 689. Song Tian had been very unhappy during this period. She was sent back to the Yin family. The Yin family's house was so small that her room was not even a third of the size when she was in the Song family. Although the Yin family's parents tried their best to treat their daughter better after more than 10 years, after all, the conditions were here. It was impossible to satisfy her like in the Song family. She liked a piece of clothing and wanted to buy it, but mother rejected her as soon as she saw the price. What a joke! She and her husband couldn't even afford such a piece of clothing with their combined monthly salary. If Song Tian could barely endure all this, then being in school was truly a form of torture for her. She didn't tell them that she had changed her name and still asked people to call her Song Tian. However, some things couldn't be hidden. For example, she took a taxi to school every day. She didn't want to take the bus. When some of her friends talked to her about some new brands, they asked her in surprise why she didn't buy them. In particular, there had been rumors recently that Chinyu was the real eldest daughter of the Song family. She had changed her name to Song Chinyu. The fact that Song Tian had been sent back to the Yin family was also revealed. Now, when she walked in the school, she felt that all kinds of eyes were looking at her. Those people must be secretly saying bad things about her behind her back. Those who used to be jealous of her must be laughing at her now. Song Tian felt that she was about to go crazy. When school was over, her psychological defense was pushed down. Song Tian was blocked by a few girls at the entrance of the school's corridor. This place was relatively remote, and people rarely came here. She was on duty today, and she was here to take out the trash. At this time, almost all the students had left, so naturally, no one would come here. What do you want? She raised her chin arrogantly and asked them. Song Tian knew these people, and they were all from good families. Not long ago, the leader of the group was ruthlessly mocked by her because she was wearing a counterfeit, and the two of them became enemies. Seeing her like this, the girl sneered disdainfully. Hey, Song Tian. Oh, no. The girl paused and looked at her with a malicious smile. See, I accidentally called you by mistake. You should be in Tian. Do you really think you're the eldest daughter of the Song family? You're so arrogant. You're just lucky that you were brought to the Song family and became the eldest daughter of the Song family for more than 10 years. But now, your good luck has come to an end. The real young miss has returned home. You're just an imposter. Why are you still pretending to be virtuous? You. Song Tian looked at her and trembled with anger. This was the scar that she did not want to be exposed the most. As long as she didn't say it out loud, she could still pretend that no one knew. In the eyes of outsiders, she was still the high and mighty young Mississippi. What about me? Did I say something wrong? The girl stopped smiling. She's just an imposter from an ordinary family. You used to be so arrogant. Now, let's see what else you have to be arrogant. She seemed to be so angry that she raised her head and slapped Song Tian's face. I've already slapped him long ago. How did you mock me back then? You made me lose so much face in front of the whole class. I admit that I'm a coward. If you're the eldest daughter of the Song family, I admit that I can't afford to offend you. But Song Tian, you didn't think that you would end up like this, did you? The girl looked at Song Tian's clothes. You bought these big brands when you were in the Song family, right? You think you're worthy? Chapter 690. The girls left. Song Tian squatted in the corner. Her school uniform jacket had been taken off and thrown on the ground. There were a lot of footprints on it, but this was nothing. The dress she was wearing, which she had bought last month at the Paris Fashion Week, had been maliciously cut into pieces and hung on her body. Her scalp was still hurting. Just now, those girls weren't polite to her. They directly pulled her hair and dragged her to the ground. A low sobbing sound came from the corner. After a long time, Song Tian expressionlessly picked up the unbelievably dirty school uniform from the ground. She patted the dust off it and wrapped herself up. Tian, what's wrong with you? Mother-in looked at her daughter, who had just entered the door, and seemed a little strange. She asked in surprise. Song Tian ignored her with a cold face. She went straight around her and went back to the room. The door was closed with a bang. Mother-in was shocked and immediately smiled bitterly. This daughter, since the day she came back, was very silent. She always stayed in the room silently by herself. She wasn't close to her husband and wife. Song Tian hid in the quilt and cried. It was all their family's fault. Just like that girl said, if she was still the eldest daughter of the Song family, she wouldn't dare to provoke her. At the end of the day, this society depended on one's status. When Mother-in called her for dinner at night, Song Tian ignored her. She was very annoyed with this family now, and also annoyed with herself. Song Tian became more and more silent day by day. In contrast, Gu Xingyin was very comfortable. The Song family was very distressed for this daughter. They wished they could pick the stars from the sky just to make her happy. What made Gu Xingyin strange was that Song Yi seemed to be very busy for a few days after he sent her home that night. The two didn't see each other for a few days. When they met again, Gu Xingyin felt that this brother seemed to have changed somewhere. However, Gu Xingyin didn't take it to heart when she saw that he was still extremely indulgent towards her. In the school, there were more and more people who approached Gu Xingyin intentionally or unintentionally. Although this school was a high school, many students already knew some of the ways of the world. After knowing how big the Song family was, no matter how cold Gu Xingyin was, there would be people who kept approaching. However, Qinyu had a cold reputation, and Gu Xingyin only needed to act like that to get rid of most people. Our school's top student, Song Qinyu, got first place again. Song Qinyu, I feel like she's really getting more and more beautiful. Song Tian felt as though she was surrounded by Song Qinyu. Song Qinyu's name was like a curse that haunted her. She became more and more silent, and her close friends no longer hung out with her. After school that day, Song Tian was stopped by someone. This boy's name was Su Jun. Su Jun's family was very rich, and he had always liked Song Tian. He was also the only person in their small circle who still treated Song Tian well after it was revealed that she wasn't the eldest daughter of the Song family. What's the matter? Song Tian frowned. She didn't want to have too much contact with these people, because every time she interacted with them, she realized once again that they were people from two different worlds. Chapter 691. Su Jun looked at the girl in front of him with heartache. She was wearing a proper school uniform, and she was much thinner than before. Her face was a little pale, and she was no longer as energetic as before. Tian, you, Song Tian interrupted him. Are we close? Su Jun's face darkened. He was obviously hurt when he heard this. However, when he looked up and saw Song Tian's appearance, the sadness in his heart disappeared. Without any explanation, he grabbed Song Tian's hand and strode outside. Su Jun, what are you doing? Song Tian frowned. She wanted to break free from Su Jun's hand, but he was too strong for her to shake off. Su Jun took her to a dessert shop near the school. Song Tian was stunned for a moment. This was one of her favorite places to come. Su Jun used to accompany her to eat. However, she had never been here again since she returned to the Yin family. The Yin family only gave her one meal a week. Although she had lived a good life in the past, she had never thought of saving money, so she didn't have much savings. Tian, let me ask you. Are you really willing to live like this for the rest of your life? Su Jun chose a private room and closed the door. He lowered his voice and said to Song Tian. Song Tian frowned. What do you mean? Su Jun was also a little nervous. What he was about to say was also a very shocking thought to him. He was a little afraid, but he wanted to be with Tian. However, If Tian Tian wasn't the eldest daughter of the Song family, his parents wouldn't have agreed to him being with a girl from an ordinary family, even if they used to like her a lot. Su Jun asked, "Do you think Uncle Song and Auntie Song like you?" As soon as he said this, Song Tian sneered. "Su Jun, I thought you were really kind. In the end, you're just like them. Are you here to mock and humiliate me?" She stood up and was about to leave when Su Jun stopped her. "Tian Tian, stop. Listen to me. Don't you understand what kind of person I, Su Jun, am and what kind of feelings I have for you after so many years?" Song Tian stopped in her tracks. Su Jun said, "Tian Tian, I don't have any ill intentions. I don't want you to be better." Song Tian sat back down. "Answer my question first." Song Tian's expression changed slightly. "Of course Dad and Mom dote on me. Before that incident, they were the best parents in the world. Even brother couldn't compare to their love for me." Su Jun's voice lowered even further. "But now, they've found their biological daughter." Song Tian's face darkened. "And Qinyu is only relying on the fact that she's related to Dad and Mom by blood. I don't believe that she, who has just returned to the Song family for a few months, can compare with me, who has lived in the Song family for 16 years. Even now, she still insisted that she was Song Tian and called Gu Xingyin and Qinyu." Su Jun was relieved to hear that. "Well, Tian Tian, think about it carefully. If An Qinyu is gone, you'll be Uncle Song and Auntie Song's only daughter." Song Tian looked at Su Jun in shock. "What do you mean by that?" Su Jun's face was cold. "If something happens to An Qinyu, Uncle Song and Auntie Song will be very sad. At this time, if you go and comfort them, they will definitely transfer all their longing and love for their daughter to you." Chapter 692. It was the first time Song Tian looked at Su Jun so carefully, as if it was the first day she knew him. Her voice trembled. "What do you mean?" Su Jun's voice was fierce. "Exactly what I said. As long as An Qinyu is gone, you'll have a chance." Song Tian swallowed. "How can I make her leave?" Su Jun glanced at her and said coldly, "Aren't accidents very common in today's society?" Song Tian's eyes widened. She looked at Su Jun. "Are you crazy, Su Jun?" She suddenly realized that her voice was too loud. She subconsciously lowered her voice and said, "What you're doing is illegal." Su Jun reached out and pressed her hand down. "Tian Tian, it's just an accident. If we don't say anything, no one will know." He felt that Song Tian's hand was cold and even trembling slightly. It was clear that the girl's heart was not calm. He didn't force her to make a decision. He said slowly, "Tian Tian, think about it carefully. After An Qinyu appeared, what kind of influence did she bring to your life? Look at what kind of life you're living now. As long as she's gone, everything will go back to how it was before. Think about it carefully." Song Tian used to be. Song Tian couldn't help but think along with his words. In the past, Song Tian was a true young miss. Every time she went out, there would be a large group of people surrounding her. Although she knew that there weren't many people who were sincere, but the feeling of being sought after by so many people was really wonderful. She enjoyed a lot of love and material superiority. Her train of thought was abruptly cut off. She looked up and saw Su Jun looking at her with a smile. Song Tian shook her head in panic. "That's not right, Su Jun. That's not right." Su Jun's voice was very low, but it seemed to reach Song Tian's mind. "Tian Tian, there's no right or wrong in this world. What's good for you is right." Song Tian stood up. In her uneasiness, the chair under her made a loud noise. But she didn't care about it. She only said to Su Jun, "Let me think about it." "Let me think about it." Su Jun didn't stop Song Tian from leaving. He knew what Song Tian would choose. The fact that she did not leave at the first moment had already exposed her true thoughts. Song Tian returned home. At night, She was eating absent-mindedly. Mother and father were nagging. The company organized a trip abroad, but I turned it down. Song Tian's attention was attracted by this sentence. Mother continued, now Chi-Chi is in college and preparing to take the postgraduate entrance exam. Tian is about to enter her 3rd year of high school. Where can I find the spare money to go abroad? What's more, the manager said that the colleagues who don't go this time will be counted as overtime, and their salary will be doubled. Hearing Mother An's proud tone, Song Tian, who didn't have much of an appetite, put down the bowl. I'm full. Mother An's voice stopped abruptly. She looked at Song Tian's back as she left, and then looked at the rice in her bowl that she hadn't touched at all. The chicken wing she had picked up for her was still lying there alone. The atmosphere at the table suddenly became heavy. Song Tian lay in bed, thinking about Su Jun's words during the day. Are you willing to live in a family like the Yin family for the rest of your life? Was he really willing to accept this? She asked herself. Chapter 693. The answer was no. How could she accept it? She thought of Mother An's complacent tone during the meal, and her heart felt a burst of irritation. What was the point of such a family being entangled with such trivial matters every day? Their minds were filled with discounts and savings. What was the point of living a mediocre life? She had already made up her mind. The Song family. Really? Gu Xingyin looked at Song Yi happily. He had just told her that he would put aside his work and take her on a 2-month vacation before the 3rd year of high school. Mr. and Mrs. Song were very supportive of this. They didn't have to worry about Yu's studies at all. They were more than happy to see their son and daughter get along well. Of course it's true. Song Yi looked at the girl in front of him who was smiling brightly. He couldn't help but reach out his hand to rub her head. Ever since he had figured out his feelings, the way Song Yi looked at his sister was obviously different. She was still too young at 16 years old. Song Yi felt a little melancholy. He was certain that if he went to his parents and confessed his feelings for Qin, his handsome and well-maintained father would turn into a Tyrannosaurus Rex and beat this brat to death. Song Yi silently made a decision when he saw the smile on Gu Xingyin's face. He would pamper her until she felt that no one else in the world would treat her better than him. She would be more delicious if he fattened her up. He would wait for 2 more years until she turned 18. He would confess to his parents himself and pave the way for everything. All she had to do was to hold his hand and follow him. Song Yi didn't consider what would happen if Gu Xingyin only treated him as an older brother. How could the little white rabbit escape from the sweet trap that the big bad wolf had set up? What should we do? Song Tian took the initiative to look for Su Jun. Su Jun smiled. He knew that Tian would know what was best for her. I know some people. Gu Xingyin had never stopped paying attention to the boy who had killed Qinyu with a car. What surprised her was that the Su Jun in this world seemed to be much more rational. He and Song Tian even had a secret plan on how to make her have an accident. Of course, in this world, Su Jun wouldn't do something as stupid as hitting someone with his car. 2 high school students wouldn't even choose a reliable place to chat when they were conspiring. Gu Xingyin obtained a recording from the system and handed it to the police anonymously. With the system's anonymity, no matter how powerful the judicial system of this world was, it would not be able to find out anything. There were anonymous reports like this every day. Most of them were trivial matters, and some were even their own conjectures. It was rare to see such genuine information provided by Gu Xingyin. The police immediately took it seriously and quickly locked onto the 2 people chatting in the audio. As the parents of the other party, Mr. and Mrs. Song were the first to be called by the police. Mr. and Mrs. Song listened to the recording with ashen faces. They didn't even need to know who the other party was. We received an anonymous message and quickly checked the information of the people mentioned in the recording. We also determined who the 2 people were, the police officer explained. The only thing we're not sure about now is whether the conversation is real or a prank. That's right, the police officer explained. Chapter 694. After the police left, Father Song couldn't hold it in any longer and cursed out loud. This. He was obviously very angry. When Gu Xingyin returned home that day, she saw her parents sitting on the sofa. The atmosphere was a little solemn. She changed her shoes and sat beside Mother Song. "Mom, what's wrong?" Mother Song looked at her daughter, who looked so much like her, and saw the undisguised concern on her beautiful face. This was her daughter. Someone actually wanted to harm her. No one could touch her daughter. "It's nothing." She held Gu Xingyin's hand and smiled. "Your father and I just saw the news. It said that it's not very peaceful here recently. We're thinking about you." Gu Xingyin smiled. "I'm at school. There's no safer place than school." Mother Song said, "I just discussed with your father. We'll let your Uncle Duan send you to school every day. Otherwise, I won't be at ease." Uncle Duan was the Song family's chauffeur. It was said that he was from the military when he was young. Gu Xingyin didn't refuse. She knew what her parents were worried about. She also knew from the system that the police had come to their house today. They most likely knew what Song Tian and Su Jun did. They didn't tell Gu Xingyin about this, but they told Song Yi when he came home that night. This son was already an adult. In Father and Mother Song's hearts, he would be the pillar of the Song family in the future. When the two of them grew old, Yu would have to rely on him to take care of her. Song Yi's face turned cold when Mother Song mentioned this. "With Uncle Duan looking after her, I'm very assured." Song Yi's face calmed down. He knew Uncle Duan's ability. He had learned a thing or two from Uncle Duan when he was young. Uncle Duan could easily defeat 10 ordinary adults. His driving skills were also needless to say. Uncle Duan was an amazing person who could drive at the speed of life and death during peak traffic in Shanghai. At night, Gu Xingyin had just finished showering when someone knocked on the door. "Brother?" She was a little surprised. This brother rarely came to her room at night. Song Yi looked at the person in front of him. She was wearing a light pink bathrobe. The collar of the bathrobe covered her body tightly, but it couldn't hide the snow-white skin of her neck. Because she had just taken a bath, her hair was still damp, and it hung softly on both sides of her face. It added a hint of womanly charm to the immature Qin Qin. He had heard the news from his parents. Even though he knew that nothing had happened, he was still eager to see her. Song Yi looked down at her and suddenly said, "Brother's Qin Qin is going to grow up too." Gu Xingyin. Song Yi chuckled softly when he saw the confused look on the other party's face due to his abrupt words. "It's nothing. Big brother just wanted to see you." Gu Xingyin was still a little confused, but she still smiled obediently. Her appearance made Song Yi's mood very good. He reached out and rubbed her hair. He said gently, "Rest early." Gu Xingyin nodded. "Brother, good night." Song Yi smiled and nodded. "Good night." He lifted his leg and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, I forgot something." Gu Xingyin looked up in confusion. A touch of wet heat was printed on her right cheek. The girl in front of him stared at him with wide eyes. Her gaze was full of shock. Song Yi winked at her. "Good night kiss." Chapter 695. Gu Xingyin, don't lie to me just because I haven't graduated from high school. What kind of goodnight kiss would a brother and sister this old be? This isn't normal. Could it be that Song Yi couldn't resist the attraction between the two of them and had feelings for me? No, this isn't right. Gu Xingyin covered her face and took a step back. She looked at Song Yi and said seriously, "Brother, I've already grown up." Song Yi's smile didn't change. "Oh." Gu Xingyin continued, "Goodnight kisses are used to coax children. Brother, don't do such things." Song Yi said in surprise, "Really?" "But usually, only young girls say things like, 'I've grown up.'" Gu Xingyin, the enemy's level was too high. Fortunately, Song Yi didn't harp on this. He said, "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Go to bed early. Gu Xingyin breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, good night. Song Yi walked out of the room with a smile. As soon as the door closed, his face darkened. She was avoiding him. He knew that he was too impatient. The goodnight kiss just now was definitely unexpected. In fact, he wanted to kiss her directly on the lips. However, her attitude clearly showed that she was avoiding his intimate actions. She wanted to maintain their relationship at the level of brother and sister. But what I want is not just brother and sister. Song Yi lowered his eyes. Fortunately, the next day, Song Yi looked no different from usual. This made Gu Xingyin breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps Song Yizhen's brotherly love had suddenly erupted, and she suddenly wanted to give him a goodnight kiss. Song Yi felt that he might have scared her last night. But when he saw her relieved look because he had returned to a safe distance, he felt depressed. Is being close to your brother so scary to you? But looking at her relaxed look, he couldn't bear to continue provoking her. He could only suppress his anger. A few days later, Papa Song and Mama Song, who had been waiting for news, received confirmation from the police that the recording was not a joke. They were serious about taking action. Even though they already knew that the conversation between the two in the recording didn't seem to be a prank, Papa Song and Mama Song still felt sad and in disbelief. How could the girl they had doted on since she was a child be so dark? Su Jun and Song Tian were taken away by the police when they were at school. At that time, their classmates were all there, guessing what they had done. In the hearts of these teenagers, being a police officer was still a very serious and sacred profession. Song Tian already had a guilty conscience. When she heard that the police were looking for her, her face turned pale. Her form teacher was a lady in her 30s. When she saw Song Tian's expression, she thought that she was frightened. At this time, she even said to the police, "What's the matter? Song Tian is a student in my class. She's usually a little unruly, but she's still a very nice person." Song Tian did not expect that this usually stern and rigid form teacher would actually speak up for her. She was a little touched. The police interrupted the form teacher. "We can't reveal the details before the details are out. Sorry to disturb you." When Song Tian walked to the school gate, she bumped into Su Jun, who was also taken away by the police. In an instant, her heart fell to the bottom. It was over. Chapter 696. After all, they were just teenagers. A few experienced interrogators scared them a little, and the two of them spilled the beans, telling the whole story. Father Song and Mother Song were already prepared. They were still calm when they heard this, but Father and Mother were really shocked. They went to see Su Jun and Song Tian. Song Tian probably knew that she had gotten into big trouble this time. She rushed over when she saw Father Song and Mother Song. She tried to grab Mother Song's hand. Mom, I was just confused for a moment. I really didn't do it on purpose. I didn't want her life. Mom, you have to believe me," Mother Song waved her hand away. "Who's your mother? Don't call me that." She was really cold to Song Tian. "You've already contacted the people. You were confused for a moment. If you hadn't been found out about what you did." Mother Song closed her eyes. She didn't dare to think about the consequences. Song Tian and Su Jun had already found the people and were just waiting for the right opportunity. Mother Song couldn't forgive the girl in front of her when she thought that if she hadn't been lucky this time, her Yu might have been hit by an accident on the way to school one day. Song Tian was really scared this time. She heard from the police that someone like her was suspected of a criminal offense and would have to go to jail. She was only 16 years old. She was going to take the college entrance examination next year. How could she go to jail? The Song couple didn't move. Only then did Song Tian see the couple standing at the side. They were her last saviors. Mom, save me. I know I was wrong. I really didn't do it on purpose. It was impossible for Mother not to feel complicated. Her daughter actually wanted to hire someone to kill someone. This kind of thing was completely out of her imagination. Moreover, she was standing there, but Song Tian looked at the Song family first. This made her feel a little uncomfortable. But after all, she was her own daughter. No matter what, Mother An didn't want to see her in such a situation. She looked at the Song couple. Mr. Song, Madam Song, you watched Tian grow up. Mama Song stood up and ignored Mama An. Instead, she said to the police officer, "Officer, I absolutely cannot forgive this kind of thing. Other people's daughters are treasures, but my daughter is also a treasure that I want to hold in my hands." Her meaning was very clear. There was no turning back for this matter. She would deal with it however she wanted. Song Tian went limp. Mr. and Mrs. Song did not want to see her anymore, so they turned and left without hesitation. In the end, Su Jun and Song Tian were convicted of attempted murder and sentenced to 3 years in prison. The Su family had put in a lot of effort to reduce the sentence, but this time, the Song family was determined to be merciless. In the end, they had no choice. 3 years was enough for two 16-year-old teenagers to completely rewrite their lives. To Gu Xingyin, Song Tian had truly become a thing of the past. The explanation given by the school was that she had taken a leave of absence due to illness. The only people who knew were the form teacher and the principal. If this kind of thing was spread out, it would have a bad impact on the school. The school could not have told the truth back then. From the beginning to the end, no one told Gu Xingyin about this. Gu Xingyin was also happy to enjoy the protection of her family. But this brother was giving her a strange feeling. What should she do? Chapter 697. Song Yi was still doting on his precious little sister, but Gu Xingyin felt that the way he looked at her was getting more and more difficult to understand. In any case, she had experienced so many worlds and had a certain understanding of human emotions. Although Song Yi had concealed his feelings well, he could not help but reveal a trace of it. But Gu Xingyin didn't expect that if Song Yi didn't want her to see some traces, she wouldn't have noticed. "You must be careful," Mother Song reminded the two of them. The summer vacation before the 3rd year of high school arrived. Gu Xingyin didn't need to work part-time as usual, and she didn't need to attend tuition classes. Instead, she prepared to go on a long trip with Song Yi. This suggestion was made by Song Yi, and Father Song and Mother Song thought it was a good idea. In their eyes, it was a good thing for young children to go out and see the world. In the past, Gu Xingyin also thought it was a good idea, but now, Gu Xingyin, she always felt that her brother was up to no good. "What are you thinking about?" Song Yi looked at her with a smile. Gu Xingyin came back to her senses and said with a smile, "Nothing, nothing." Song Yi said helplessly, "You can't stay outside like this. I have to look after you. What if you get lost?" Gu Xingyin, she smiled. "I'm not a child anymore." Song Yi habitually reached out to ruffle her hair. "But my Chin Chin is so cute. I'm afraid that someone will take you away from me." When he said this, he turned his face to Gu Xingyin, and the tenderness in his eyes turned into spring water. Gu Xingyin took a step forward without a trace and shook off his hand. She turned around and looked at him. "Brother, let's go quickly. We won't be able to catch the plane." The warm touch in his hands suddenly disappeared. Song Yi retracted his hand and subconsciously rubbed his thumb and middle finger together, as if recalling the feeling just now. He suppressed the disappointment and unwillingness that had just surged up from the bottom of his heart and smiled. "You're here." Their seats were undoubtedly connected. Song Yi took out an eye mask and gave it to her. "There's still a long time. Sleep for a while. I'll wake you up when we arrive." Gu Xingyin nodded and leaned against the seat with her eyes closed. Perhaps the scent of the person beside her was too reliable and familiar, but she fell asleep immediately. Feeling the weight on his shoulder, Song Yi lowered his head and could see the top of the girl's hair. He moved slightly and adjusted his position slightly so that Gu Xingyin could sleep more comfortably. In the eyes of outsiders, the posture between the two. "Sir, would you like anything to drink? The stewardess' gentle voice sounded. Song Yi's first eyes, SSSSS half. Seeing that she had no intention of waking up, he was relieved. He put his index finger to his mouth and gently shushed the stewardess. His eyes were handsome and gentle. When he made such a gesture, the air stewardess was caught off guard and blushed. The air stewardess nodded and said enviously, "You're so nice to your lover." Gu Xingyin was half leaning in Song Yi's arms, and his face was blocked. The air stewardess naturally thought that they were a very loving couple, and the two of them were in such an intimate position. Song Yi smiled and didn't deny it. Qin Qin would become his lover sooner or later. Chapter 698. Gu Xingyin had no idea that she had been loved in her dreams. Anyway, when she woke up from her sweet dream, it was already time to get off the plane. The first stop was Yun City. Yun City was a very beautiful city. There were mountains, rivers, and beauties here. Since ancient times, it had been a favorite place for beautiful scenery. When she arrived at this place, it was as if it was a different world from the city she had lived in before. Most of the buildings still retained the style of 100 years ago. They were simple and elegant. On the streets, there were all kinds of enthusiastic and lively figures of ethnic minority girls wearing ethnic costumes and silver jewelry. There was even a girl holding a wreath made of fresh flowers in her hand. She wanted to give it to Song Yi. Song Yi politely thanked her, and then, firmly rejected her. Gu Xingyin curiously asked why. Song Yi helplessly pointed to the front for her to see. Then, Gu Xingyin saw that not far in front, a young man gave a wreath to a beautiful girl. The girl accepted it, and then the surrounding people watched and applauded. The two of them kissed. Here, accepting someone else's garland is equivalent to accepting someone else's love, Song Yi explained. Gu Xingyin suddenly understood. She tilted her head and looked at Song Yi beside her. He was tall and well-built, and his face was so handsome that it could be described as exquisite. The customs here were open, and many girls were openly sizing him up. "Big brother, you're practically a human-shaped luminous body." She pretended to sigh with emotion. Song Yi looked around and said in a low voice with a smile, "But in my eyes, no girl can compare to my Qin Qin." Gu Xingyin's face was calm, but in her heart, she was frantically thinking, "This is flirting, flirting, flirting." How should she reply to appear calmer? In the end, she decided to pretend that she didn't hear it. Okay, Gu Xingyin admitted that she was scared. But when this man fully activated his flirting mode, Gu Xingyin felt that although she was a very moral person, in front of her lover, she couldn't control herself at all. She wanted to talk things out with her brother. But what if he only had brotherly feelings for her? What would Song Yi think of her? A strange girl who fantasized that her own brother liked her. Gu Xingyin covered her face. She was really at a loss. Song Yi was in a good mood as he looked at the girl in front of him with a conflicted expression. She should have gradually become aware of his thoughts. What was she thinking now? How should he explain it to her? Yet he was troubled and didn't know what to say. Very well, this was exactly what Song Yi wanted. That was why she was in such a state. Slowly, she began to accept this matter from the bottom of her heart. He didn't intend to tell Qin Qin that he wasn't her biological brother. Otherwise, he would lose a perfect excuse. Putting aside these small worries, Gu Xingyin admitted that this trip was very satisfying. When she returned home, her skin was tanned and she even lost some weight. Song Yi's mother was very distressed and complained that her son didn't take good care of his sister. Song Yi rubbed his nose and accepted the complaint. It was Gu Xingyin who couldn't stand it and spoke up for him. "Mom, don't blame big brother. I'm the one who's tanned on the beach every day. I may look thin, but I've only lost some fat. I'm much more energetic now." Chapter 699. Without the worrisome Song Tian and the Yin family, Gu Xingyin had a very peaceful year. She didn't even have to worry about the college entrance exams with her results. Gu Xingyin was completely calm about the college entrance exams that made countless students nervous and excited. She had participated in the college entrance exams many times. The first time she took it, she felt fresh. After that, she answered the questions as usual and walked out of the exam hall. When the last class ended, Gu Xingyin walked out of the exam hall. She immediately saw Father Song, Mother Song, and Song Yi standing in the crowd. The weather in June was very hot. The sun shone brightly on everything. Gu Xingyin could clearly see that the three of them were sweating from the heat. Even Mother Song's makeup was a little smudged. When had the three of them ever been in such a sorry state? Gu Xingyin's heart ached. She quickly walked over to them. You could have just waited for me at home. Otherwise, you could have just waited in the car. Why are you all standing there in the sun? Mother Song smiled and held her hand. Other children see their family members waiting for them the moment they come out. How can my Yu not have anyone waiting for her? Gu Xingyin's eyes welled up with tears, but she remained stubborn. I'm not that delicate. Song Yi stood at the side and said, let's go back first. Sister Yun has already prepared a feast. We have to celebrate for Qin Qin. Gu Xingyin deliberately said, we have to celebrate now. If I mess up, won't all our efforts be in vain? Father Song opened the car door and let Mother Song in. Then, he sat in the car himself. So what if you mess up? You're my daughter. How can you be tied down by a diploma? It was good to add flowers to brocade. If Gu Xingyin really didn't do well, it wouldn't be a big deal to their family. Gu Xingyin had nothing to do. She saw a magazine beside her seat. Before Song Yi could stop her, she flipped it open. On the first page, there was a big title, Young Master Song and Mysterious Woman Are on a Date. Good news seems to be coming. The photo in the magazine was not very clear, but one could still make out that Song Yi was chatting happily with a beautiful woman. They looked very intimate. Her heart sank. Although she knew that this was most likely a misunderstanding, she was still very confident in her lover's heart. However, she still felt unhappy when she saw this news. She smiled coldly and turned to look at her brother. Are you going to find me a sister-in-law? Song Yi carefully looked at her expression and suddenly changed his mind about explaining. Instead, he smiled and said, she is a very talented woman. She actually praised him. What made Gu Xingyin the most depressed was that Mother Song, the godly assistant, also said, Yi thinks it's not bad. When you have time, you can bring it home and show it to your mother. Song Yi smiled and casually replied to his mother, avoiding the question. He could use this to provoke Little Vinegar Bun, but if he really wanted to bring her home, it wouldn't be easy to solve the problem. After returning home, Gu Xingyin was not in a good mood until dinner. Father Song and Mother Song thought that she was tired from the exams, so they considerately asked her to go back to her room and rest early after dinner. Gu Xingyin washed up early and sat on the bed, reading an English novel. Based on her understanding of a certain man, it was about time for him to come. Chapter 700. It turned out that she knew her lover very well. Before she turned to the third page, the door of her room was opened. Qin Qin. Gu Xingyin didn't get up. She looked at the man who came in with a faint smile. Brother, what are you doing here? Song Yi felt that her indifferent attitude was completely different from usual, but he was very happy in his heart. I saw that you didn't eat much at night, so I came to see if you were uncomfortable. Song Yi sat down on the chair beside her bed. Gu Xingyin closed the book with a bang. Brother, don't you have a confidant? How can you have time to care about me so late? It seemed that she was really annoyed. Song Yi helplessly spread out his hands to clarify. That person is a designer I know. She admires my mother very much. She wants to visit my mother through me. Gu Xingyin continued to be calm. Oh, what does that have to do with me? Song Yi looked at her gently with an expression of, I will tolerate you even if you are unreasonable, and said, I'm afraid that my lovely sister will be jealous and angry. Gu Xingyin was still stubborn. What a joke, I won't be angry. Gu Xingyin's unfinished words were all swallowed by the sudden warmth on her lips. Song Yi finally did what he had always wanted to do. He clasped Gu Xingyin's waist with one hand, not giving her any possibility of retreat. Until he was finally satisfied, Gu Xingyin could breathe. She pushed him away with all her strength and looked at him in disbelief. You're crazy. Song Yi smiled and shook his head. I'm not crazy. I'm very sober. I want to kiss you, Qin Qin. He had wanted to do this for a long time, but he had been holding back. He had planned to wait until she was 18 years old, but tonight the night was too charming, or Gu Xingyin was too charming. He found that he couldn't help it at all. Gu Xingyin was scared to death by this bold man. We are brother and sister. Song Yi's question was completely ignored. Instead, he asked her, when you were kissed by me, your first reaction wasn't disgust or discomfort, but the fact that we're siblings. Does this mean that it's not that you don't have feelings for me, but because of our relationship as siblings, you don't dare to take a step out of the lightning pool? Gu Xingyin had to admit that this man had analyzed her psychology very thoroughly. But so what if his analysis was thorough? They were brother and sister, and this was a gap that could never be crossed. She said calmly, brother, where's your rationality? Song Yi suddenly laughed. Qin Qin, you're avoiding my question. He suddenly leaned close to Gu Xingyin, his tall figure completely enveloping her petite body sitting on the bed. You're not completely unmoved by me, right? Gu Xingyin lowered her eyes. She couldn't answer this question. Song Yi already knew the answer. He smiled. It wasn't his usual smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. It was a genuine smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Even the tips of his brows and the corners of his eyes were filled with smiles. He was very happy. He couldn't help hugging Gu Xingyin. I'm so happy, Qin Qin. Gu Xingyin was dazzled by this man's pure and happy smile. She could see that this man was very happy because of her acquiescence. But she had to tell him the cruelty of reality. But no. Song Yi raised his hand to cover her mouth. Qin Qin, you worry too much. We're not siblings. What? Gu Xingyin looked up in shock.